ultimate objective of the selfish gene.
And it's quite clear that there are at least some human brains that are capable.
That's what I was...
And there's the rub. But at least those some, maybe it's few, maybe it's more than few, demonstrably are capable of caring for more than the survival of themselves and their offspring and their selfish genes. That gives hope that one might be able to persuade a large number.
I want to pick up on you, Richard, for 1 second.
Are capable
and
of
that
caring
is
for...
that chimpanzees actually are capable of true altruism, not just saving the lives of their immediate kin or even their sort of second immediate kin, but of totally non-related individuals, even individuals they didn't really know very well before they were rescued. So that it just shows that this evolution, this leapfrog, actually starts just before us.
Yes, could I just come back on that? I gave the wrong impression if I suggested that we were the only species capable of non-kin-directed altruism. What I did say is that the human species is the only one that's capable of taking action in the interests of the long-term future. Yeah. And that, I think, probably is uniquely human. Taking action because you've worked out that in a century's time, or in 20 years' time, some disaster may befall if we collectively don't. That, I think, is unique.
The thought that actually you're saying is that we can look long-term, or some of us can look long-term, means that the problems of population, conceivably, the problems of poverty, problems of material overconsumption are problems that can be tackled.
I mean, I think we've got to be very careful we don't get slightly into the ether over this. I'm very concerned that if you're going to get a human response to that is, if you like, extra genetic, this bigger view of the value of the planet, you can only do so from a position of security. If you haven't got, at the end of the day, a certainty that you can eat, if you haven't seen clear water since you were born, if you have absolutely no idea of the next time somebody starts to cough whether he or she will die, it's pie in the sky to be talking about extra genetic behavior. It has to be very selfish. And this is why I feel that the attack against poverty is very real. And I think we've got to understand. But I think there's a positive side to this. And I think we've got to recognize that whereas in California or perhaps in Britain, extra genetic behavior is part of a democratic process where people will express this bigger view and push the politicians to do things. And the role of the filmmaker, if you like, and the writer is therefore to create this popular vision of what needs to be done so the leadership can pick up. And in the third world, it's not like that. In the third world, you still have a very small number of people who determine the future of their countries. And it's much easier to persuade 100 people to take positive actions on environmental issues than it is to persuade 100 million. And I think there's a lot more that could be done through the political process. And I don't know of any government official or any organization in public management who will opt for something that makes the environment worse. They will opt to do nothing, or they will opt to take a short-term solution. They don't go out of their way to say, let's destroy the environment.
No, they go out of their way to say, let's destroy the environment if we're going to make a lot of money.
Exactly.
Individually, yes, and that is why we have to find a solution to poverty.
Or if we're going to win the next election. I mean, almost implicit in what you were saying is, if the world was run by a few wise dictators, we'd all be better off.
I'm quite sure of that.
You are. which takes me actually just by way of example. I mean, you faced the real tensions in Kenya when you were in charge of the parks in saving the elephant for its own sake and for our sakes more broadly. The poachers were in there because there was money to be made, and they, I presume, very many of them employed or were part of the problem of great poverty. You took a very tough line, and you effectively got rid of the poachers. But that is a short-term solution to a long-term problem. How do you, if you take, just by way of sort of concrete example, the game parks and the people who have ever-expanding need for land, who have ever-expanding aspirations, who have ever-expanding industrial development, cities growing at a dramatic rate. How do you resolve that conflict?
I think one of the things we have totally failed to do, and which I don't know necessarily the answer to, is we have to give nature, we have to give ecosystems, we have to give what we're trying to conserve a value.
A monetary value.
A monetary value. Governments can't look at the balance sheet and see expenditure against an item that has no value. And I think one of the failures in economic thinking is that we can value, if you like, an object of alleged beauty like a Picasso, but we cannot value the Serengeti, except in terms of whether tourists go or don't go. And tourists sometimes won't go. And I think to pick up on what was said earlier, there will be many years ahead when there will be no tourism in Serengeti. Some ghastly incident has happened somewhere in the world and people don't go there. So politicians say, well, if that's the economic value, it has none. But it's not who sees the Picasso that makes its value, it's the Picasso that's valuable. And I think we've got to get a new mindset into people on this issue of value of ecosystems.
Honestly, Richard, it seems to me a marvellous idea if you could bring it about. And maybe you've got ideas, practical ideas as how you could. But I can't see myself going to somebody, a politician in South America, let's say, and say, look, your rainforest is extraordinarily valuable. Unless you say, I have come through the United Nations or some global organization, and rich people will pay you to keep it. That's the only way I can see you can bring that situation about. They won't do it in vacuo. They won't go to their own electorate, many of whom are appallingly impoverished, and say, we're extraordinarily rich.
But excuse me just a minute, but isn't there a possibility, if you think back over the last 100 years, that you can in fact change attitudes through political process? How long ago was it that slavery was accepted in the city of Bristol? How long ago was it that people were not concerned about human rights violations if it didn't affect people you knew? This is a learning process, and there's absolutely no reason, if we're right, that these ecosystems have a value that goes beyond the borders of our individual countries. This is a global responsibility to look after these things.
Well, then that's right.
Can we not then make that an issue as we did human rights?
Absolutely. But the only place to do it is in an international global organization such as the United Nations.
But then why aren't we doing it? This is what I think is necessary in the 21st century, to change the paradigm.
Let me jump in here. I was just in Costa Rica, and
Very good.
Costa Rica, as you know, abolished its military. And that has meant that all money that was used for the military has been used for social issues, social development, and for the environment. It's the only country I know of that has got the rights of the environment and living things as part of their constitution. And of course, the model is so tantalizing. If the world gave up its military, there'd be no more poverty. We'd have money for everything. And all the things we're discussing now would be unnecessary.
But the problem is that while you have powers and nation states and fear and greed, the selfish gene in its raw form, you don't get that kind of altruism.
We have made advances. We have now reached a stage where just about everybody in the world thinks that slavery is beyond the pale, cannibalism is beyond the pale, various other things that used to be accepted, and one would have said just as pessimistically, oh, you will never get rid of slavery, how could you possibly get rid of slavery? And we've done it. So I do think that there might be grounds for hope. I could just tell one little story arising out of Richard's point about the Picasso. Wilson has a nice, E.O. Wilson has a nice way of putting the economic point, which is that in the Amazon rainforests, so much of the sort of goods are up in the trees, and so little is in the soil at any one time, that to knock down trees in order to turn the land into agriculture for a very short time, I think the way he puts it is, well, you can make a living doing that, but it's rather like burning an old master to cook your dinner.
Yeah, exactly. I just happened to have been very recently in Ethiopia, where, with the help of the international institutions, there is reforestation. It's not going at the rate to keep up with the growth in population, therefore there is still an erosion, but there's reforestation, and it's illegal now, despite the country being the poorest country in the world, heavily dependent, if you're a poor peasant, on wood for heating and for building. It is illegal to take down any trees, and there are serious penalties. You go to court and you're fined if you do it. And it gets out quite quickly, because if farmers know they're short of water because there is practices which are eroding the soil, they quickly wake up and know there's a problem. They may not have the solution at hand.
That's exactly the problem. I mean, there was a land commission that I organised when I was head of the civil service in Kenya that went around the country registering people's concerns about the land in Kenya. The staple diet in Kenya is a type of food that has to be cooked to be digested. And if you haven't got access to energy that you pay for, then you have to use the energy that you pick up. And you pick up firewood or you make charcoal. Now, this is why I think poverty is such a central issue to this. I don't think there's anyone in Kenya who would say that we don't want to reforest the land. There's nobody that I can think of on a broad scale who would say it's a good thing we've cut down all the forests. Everybody's desperate to save what we have. But how do we do it in the face of the fact that more and more people can't cook a meal at the end of the day?
Well, then could the problem be solved by throwing money at it? I mean, if you could actually tax Americans and us and pay for fuel that was not local firewood, would that solve a big...
I think if you gave everybody in Kenya a point of electricity with a bonus stove and one bulb, you would reduce forest depletion by an incredibly large factor and have enormous positive results on water catchment and the regeneration of healthy environments.
And there's no doubt, I mean, if you talk to UN officials, they will tell you that if the rich countries got up their share to 0.7, which is the UN target of GDP spent on development aid, if you actually had a trading system which meant that more money went to the poor countries rather than it being brought back here through subsidies and tariff barriers, if you reverse that, you would make a fantastic difference simply on a monetary basis. You would doing exactly what you said.
Can I?
Jane.
Yeah. Gombe National Park, where the chimpanzee study is very tiny. It's only about 30 square miles. And when I flew over it 15 years ago in a small plane, I suddenly realized the extent of deforestation outside the park it's shocking. It happened fairly fast. It happened partly as a result of the villagization, Ujamaa, partly as a result of refugees pouring across the border from Burundi. And it wasn't that some trees had gone, it was that basically all the trees, except in the very steep ravines, had gone. And that led to a program initially funded by the European Union that we called Take Care, TACARE. And it's quite a holistic program. We began with 12 villages. We're now in 22 and about to be in 34. And it's a program which starts off with, in each of the villages where the program is tree nurseries. It's growing woodlots. It's conservation education for kids and for adults. It's primary health care delivered through the regional medical authorities, because it's never been a program with very much money. It's concentrating on women, improving their self-esteem, scholarships for gifted girls so they can go on to secondary school, because it's been shown all around the world that as women's education improves, family size drops. Providing family planning, AIDS education, and various other things. And the reason that it was picked up so well by the villagers is because this was not a group of white people going into a black African village and saying, we're really sorry you're so poor, but we want to help you and this is what we're going to do for you. It was rather going in with a sort of menu and saying, here's a program and these are the kind of things that we could help you to do.
And has that changed attitudes towards the chimpanzees?
Totally. We're using firewood, Richard, but from the woodlots, which are close to the village, and these little stoves made by the Canadians, which are very, very fuel efficient.
Which takes me on to what is arguably perhaps the greatest immediate and obvious environmental threat, global warming. Richard, how do you have optimism that the capacity of the human brain to override the genetic disposition of the selfish gene can so affect, for instance, the President of the United States, that this would come onto the agenda more effectively?
Take more than that.
Well, you haven't chosen the most ideal example. No, clearly not. I mean, there are, as I said, there are people of goodwill and altruism in the world, and there are people in important offices running the world, and the two don't necessarily coincide. And that's an understatement for the example you've just raised. I was very encouraged by Richard Leakey saying that just a bit of money to supply every peasant in Africa with the wherewithal to cook the food and not need firewood would make a dramatic difference. If that were generally understood, I suspect most of us would. I mean, how much would it actually amount to in the way of a tax on each one of us? Not a lot, would it?
I think it's a much bigger question than whether you give free handouts of energy by everyone saving a little here and giving it over there. I don't think anyone wants free handouts. But how do we get food to where people are hungry? How do we get energy to where people have none? And I think one of the things that environmentalists have got to discuss and reconsider, and I'm quite sure I'm not going to get any support from the panel here on this one, and that is, in the history of humanity, only one type of clean energy has been found that is cheap, and that's nuclear. And if you go to South Africa, they have a fuel excess that is so large that fuel costs could be considered for giving out this free light bulb and free electricity without any problem. We've tried to go the route in many African countries of hydro. With climate change, and I hope there'll be time to discuss climate change in this discussion, it seems to me that that's not the way to go for energy. Without energy of the sort that can be obtained through wire or through tube, you're going to lose charcoal, or fuel wood. And although, as Jane says, on a micro basis you can do something about this, on the large scale, I think we haven't got the time. And we all need to reconsider. Given what we now know about nuclear energy, is it not time to revisit and say, okay, we didn't get it right the right way the first time, but nonetheless the enormous potential of that energy source exists, and it could change the face of the planet if we did it properly.
You don't think, just to, before we open this up a bit, you don't think that a combination of wave power, tidal power, wind power, solar power
Of course.
can do it?
Of course. I think we've got to look at alternative sources of energy, cheap, clean energy, and get on with it, and stop, I won't say the word, but I was thinking about
We got it.
About, F about.
If there was, the people who know about these things could assure one that there was a way of really making it safe, of really dealing with the byproducts, of course, how could we not say it would be marvellous? But we haven't got that at the moment.
Richard, then against that background, do you have a picture in your mind of what, if climate change continues at the rate at which it looks as if it's going to, without the preventive action we've just touched on, what impact that will have on the species on the planet and how that will affect the human species? Do you have a clear picture in your mind of that, of what it might be?
It's not clear. But let me say this, from a paleontological point of view, and having looked at species in the African geological deposits going back 20 million years to the present, what is very clear is that climate change has been with us before, yes, not induced by humanity, and whenever there has been dramatic climate change, as opposed to small fluctuations, there are dramatic consequences in terms of changes in the inventory, usually loss, sometimes new species, and it depends where and when and at the level in the food chain that you're looking at. And there is absolutely no question in my mind that the process of change in the climate that we have registered in the last 25 years and the modeling that is now possible through the scientific data that has been collected suggests that we are going to see a major episode of climate change within the next 25 to 50 years. Let's leave it as broad as that. There is absolutely no question that biodiversity has continued to survive, and indeed evolution, and I think you would agree with Richard, has been driven by this dynamic. And if there hadn't been climate change, there had been stasis, many of the changes in genetic selection wouldn't have occurred. And we must be grateful for climate change in producing us, I would suggest. The question, however, is, can existing biodiversity, banked in national parks and sanctuaries and protected areas, survive the climate change any more than island faunas have survived climate change in the past? And we have now created a dependency on national parks and protected areas covering 12.5% of the world's surface, where many of us are satisfied. We've got everything in the bank. But climate change is coming along at such a speed that much of this will probably go, irrespective of what we do in the next 10 years. And the question then has to be, are any of us approaching this in the right way? And are our national park boundaries realistic in terms of what's going to hit them? Should we now not be looking at real estate options, where in the event of certain things happening, things can be moved even if they can't get there on their own because there are no corridors?
But the key, obviously, is time, isn't it? And we all know that the climate of this country, let alone anywhere else, has been changing over. 200 years ago, the Thames was freezing over and we were roasting oxen on the Thames. Climate is changing, sure. But the problem, and the natural world reacts to that and moves. Bands of Mediterranean climate can move north or can move south with the consequent changes, and ecosystems can react to it. But the trouble is that what we're facing now is a sudden trip in which you go over just one particular boundary more, and suddenly ice caps melt. And then the change is going to be gigantic and swift. But as far as I can see, none of us, no scientists, can tell us just which way that is going. If someone's going to say, okay, the south of England is going to be the Sahara, and therefore we ought to think about what's happening in Scotland. Well, maybe you could. But scientists aren't even agreed whether the south of England is going to be the Sahara or the Arctic. We really don't know.
Well, I think this is changing, and I think that the degree of agreement amongst climate scientists today is far greater than it was even 3 years ago. And I think the acceptance of data today is at a much higher level than we've seen before. My concern is partly that conservationists and managers of wildlife estates are not plugged into this discussion. We're still talking about things as if we don't know about that, except in the sort of ethereal world that you're talking about. And I believe it's absolutely critical that conservationists and biologists and ecologists sit down with the climate scientists and look at the boundaries on a map of where biodiversity is largely concentrated and figure out against certain modeling whether it is realistic to expect this to survive as it is. I authored a book with Roger Owen called The Sixth Extinction. It's not a unique title, others have used it. But what it's saying is if the planet loses a significant proportion, 70–80% of living species in a short period of time, the consequences previously have been totally catastrophic. If this is likely to happen, are we doing anything about it? And it's fine to be talking about beetles or elephants, but we're talking about the loss of whole ecosystems. We're talking about the disappearance of everything we have known in certain parts of the world. And I don't think I'm being overdramatic.
I suppose if you think back to the other 5 extinctions, some of them, at least we know, were caused by impacts from outer space, a major catastrophe, a threat coming from outer space. If such a thing were discovered now, if astronomers told us that a comet of the size of the one that destroyed the dinosaurs is heading our way, presumably the whole human species would start pulling together and would start getting their heads together, having meetings, trying to think of ways of averting the catastrophe. I wonder whether you could try to represent the sixth extinction as though it was an approaching comet with similarly dramatic effects, whether that might galvanize politicians and the rest of us into getting together in the way that they would if it was like the fifth extinction.
You said the rest of us. What intrigues me quite often is, as in my role as a reporter or whatever, is that you go around and you talk to specialists, you talk to politicians, you talk to economists, and they all have a little touch of knowledge about the thing outside, but they operate within a very narrow spectrum of their, selfish genes at work, of what they have to achieve tomorrow or the next day. I've got to win an election. Yes, I've got responsibilities to go beyond that, but I've got to win an election. I've got a board of shareholders. I've got to satisfy the board of shareholders. I'm a scientist. I've got to make sure that the pharmaceutical company goes on, etc. Is there a way, and you were listening then as if you were learning from what you were hearing, and you weren't across it all. Was that true?
Well, yes.
Now, are there ways in which people can, like yourselves, can break out of these, I hate the phrase, but out of these boxes, as it were, in order to galvanise? If it is as, and you are saying things that I've heard other people, eminent people similar to you, saying exactly the same way.
Who are you asking a question to?
Yeah, we're making a statement now. Forgive me. Yeah, I'm asking a question. Well, David, you're the great communicator. Is there a way in which it is possible to bring together these different sources of power and influence on Earth to raise this, which you both agree as being the potentially terrifying catastrophe for our species, let alone the rest?
I guess every single one of us, and many out there, have spent time in committee meetings and conferences and in talk shops, and you sit there after day and you think, what is this to do with the problem? How can we get something done? And leads you to suppose what Richard was saying earlier, you want an enlightened dictatorship to sort that out. I don't know how you do it, but I'm sure that one of the things that you have to do, which is where we all come in, is that you have to make sure that as far as possible, the electorates in democratic societies are aware of what the situation is, of what is at stake, of what the price is, and the sort of things that can be done. Because in our systems, it is politicians who eventually have to press the levers. And unless you get a politician who really believes that the electorate has a powerful view on this, he won't do anything.
Just to follow that up, David, you've critics have said, yes, of you personally, as it were, and you're familiar with the criticism. Yes, you've been the greatest communicator that we've ever had in the medium of television, conveying the wonder, the beauty, the extraordinary quality of species on Earth, and it's a fantastic gain. But you've shied away from carrying through that to what we've just been talking about, saying, "Oh, you mustn't preach." What is your own feeling about that now?
In defence, let me say, I did 3 50-minute programmes precisely about this, about the state of the planet, in which we actually put that forward. And of course, every broadcasting organisation ought to be ventilating these issues. I would wish that we did more. But what we're talking about requires very big changes, and which will require people not just paying lip service, but really believing it is true and putting things behind it. Now, that means that they ought to be converted. They ought to actually think that the natural world is precious. And unless that is step one. If they don't think that, then they aren't going to make the sort of sacrifices that is necessary to be made. And that's why all of us in this festival are engaged in the business, I believe, because we get huge delight and pleasure out of seeing these things, and we believe they're precious, and others ought to see why that is so.
I don't watch a lot of television, but I do get the impression that there has been a great deal, and present company notwithstanding, a great deal of, spring follows winter and summer follows spring, and things get together and have babies and go on and get eaten. And there's a certain inevitability to a lot of the nature films that we see. And a lot of this suggests there are no people on the planet. And I wonder whether there couldn't be more attempt in some of the films, not all of the films, there's some great exception, to be slightly more contemporary and relevant to the crisis that we're talking about. And I think this would take some conscious thinking. I know that I've been criticized for being basically a political animal for most of my life. I am political, and I do believe politics has a place. It's very much part of being a primate. And the whole business of being a primate is to get other primates to do what you think is right. Particularly if you had silver hair, now it's gone completely. But you still want to push your point, and you have to be political. And I think conservationists have been too apolitical. We've been trying to be too pure. I think if you look at what has happened to the world in the last 15 years in terms of IT and the ability for ideas to rush through the world, good conservation points and good conservation ideas are not using those channels in the way they might be used. Now, how you get people to log on to learn those things, I don't know. But there clearly is a means of communication that far exceeds anything we've ever had in terms of film. And there must be a way that can be plugged into to make it exciting.
All those great numbers that turned up at Birmingham, Seattle, and elsewhere to lobby, most of them extremely peacefully, some of them not. That wasn't because of mainstream media. That was entirely done on the internet.
That's what I'm saying.
That's exactly your point.
The internet is a tool that I think conservationists and wildlife policymakers are not using.
Jane,
Yeah.
point was being made that the wonderful work that you originally did would now get lost in the maelstrom.
Which it would probably. Yeah, well, we're working with youth. I come back to that because that is my hope for the future. And this program has really started to grow beyond any dreams I might have had. We're now in 87 countries. We have more than 7,500 active groups. They are using the internet crazily every day. They're sharing their thoughts about conservation, about the future of the world, their future. It belongs to them, and we've messed it up. And, this is why I began the program, because I felt so guilty when I look at my 3 little grandchildren and think what's damaged since I was their age. And that if we can't give youth hope, we may as well give up and pack up, because then there's no hope. And what's the use of my struggling to save chimpanzees, forests, ants, or anything else if we're not raising the next generation to be better stewards than we've been? So my passion is in this program.
We've been talking about very catastrophe at the one end of the scale, hope at the other end of the scale, on the spectrum, as it were, of pessimism to optimism. Where do you find yourselves? Richard Dawkins first.
Veering wildly each way and never settling in the middle.
Jane?
I'm definitely on the optimistic side, because I spend 300 days a year traveling the world, meeting groups of young people who, as I said before, but I repeat it, it's not that they can change the world, they are changing it. And we emphasize the value of every individual, and then every individual's action collectively creates the change. Big change, huge change, happening right now as we speak. So yes, I'm optimistic.
Richard Leakey.
Oh, I'm optimistic. I'm persuaded, having been in public life, that there are relatively few individuals who actually manage the major decisions of this planet, less than 100 probably, that will determine the future at any given point in time. And I think if we could find the majority of those people, it's perfectly within our powers to persuade them to do the right thing. And I don't think we should be pessimistic. There are a lot of problems. But my goodness, we've achieved a great deal in the last 50 years. And I think the world is, in fact, despite the fears that I have for climate change, better environmentally than it was in much of its spread. Not all of it, but I think it can be done. And I think I'm definitely an optimist.
David?
Well, the fact of the matter is that the world is changing, and the world has changed. And this lot, all of us who are involved in the media, will have witnessed that change. If 50 years ago, 40 years ago, if someone suggested that the ecology or conservation had to be a plank on anybody's political platform, you would have been laughed out of court. And the fact of the matter is that now there are politicians, maybe ham-fistedly, maybe wrong-headedly, but there are politicians who are charged with responsibility of looking after the environment. Now that is a move forward. There are international organizations in the United Nations who are also, there is an environmental program. Now, if they had been wonderfully successful, we wouldn't be talking this way now. Of course they aren't. But we are moving. It is possible to change. And if I may say so, Richard's remark about slavery and this particular city suddenly struck a chord in my heart. That is really comparatively recent. It's 200 years ago. Less. Of course, I'm concerned, like everybody else is here, but let us not suppose the case has yet been lost, because it hasn't. Things are moving, things are changing, and it's up to us to keep them changing and increase the pace. We must keep going, and I believe we will shift things. How far?
I think Albert Schweitzer said over 50 years ago, mankind has lost the capacity to foresee and forestall. We will end up destroying the planet, helped along by the notion that the human brain can overcome the genetic disposition and therefore can foresee and forestall potentially. The consensus just about here is that you can afford to say, we can do it if we have the will. I suspect that's what we're saying. Thank you to our distinguished panel for your contributions, and thank you to our audience for coming here and being part of what I hope you have found, as I've been lucky enough to enjoy, a very stimulating debate. Thanks a lot.
Stay with BBC4 Tonight for a global perspective on the big stories of the day. The world is next.
Bobby, Bobby, Bobby. Bobby, here you go. Come, on the bed, yeah. Come on the bed. Baby. Jumping out. Oh, baby, this is so bumpy. Huh? So bumpy. This baby is she's such a baby.
cheap, and that's nuclear. And if you go to South Africa, they have a fuel excess.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Royal Society, the UK's National Academy of Science. My name's Vicky Bruce. I'm one of the Vice Presidents of the British Academy, and this is a joint event between the British Academy and the Royal Society, and I'm Vice President for Public.
Good evening, any excellencies who may be in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and privilege and honour to be amongst you all today and to be hosting this event. We'll be having a conversation, and then there will also be an opportunity for you to ask some questions. You know, we talk so much about globalisation these days, don't we? But in fact, the greatest global superpower of all time is Africa, because it gave rise to the greatest global product, us human beings, the greatest global species. You're all African exports, some of us more recent than others, such as myself. I was born under the African sun in the Sudan, but I moved here to the UK when I was 2. But our guest of honour today is somebody who has stayed in his home continent. I'm very glad to hear that, but his reputation, of course, spreads far and wide, far beyond Africa, and we've all benefited tremendously from his life's work. And of course, that is Dr. Richard Leakey, a man I have admired for so many years from afar, but this week I had the wonderful opportunity to meet him up and get close. And Richard, you told me when we had lunch earlier this week that you have a very low boredom threshold, and that explains why he has had more careers in his 7 decades than most people would in, you know, however many lives they may have. And so that explains it. As Vicky said, you've been in a paleoanthropologist, in conservation, and also as a politician, and still going strong. And despite all the trials and tribulations that you have gone through, sometimes he's always smiling, a truly wonderful person. So Richard, you, the Leakey family rather, also are best known for your work in fossils, discovery of fossils, which throw light on the origins of humankind, which of course is a subject that fascinates everybody and, you know, children and adults alike. So let's start off by talking a little bit about your work in that field. It is now accepted that human beings originated from Africa, but that wasn't always the case, was it? It was a long journey, and in fact, your father and mother, Mary Leakey, an archaeologist, and Louis Leakey, a paleontologist.
At the moment, we produce electricity by burning fossil fuels and energy, transport and so forth by burning fossil fuels. So until we green the systems, until we can get more clean energy into these systems, it doesn't make much sense to follow some of the chemical pathways. But let me run through some of the more prospective ones. One of the more exciting for me is the development of carbon negative concretes. These are concretes which don't generate any CO2 in their manufacture, but they absorb CO2 from the atmosphere as the concrete cures over time. These concretes are already in existence, but they're very, very small scale production at the moment. You know, concretes today, concrete manufacture or cement manufacture, about 5% of global emissions of CO2 come from that process of making cement for concrete. So there's a big potential there. We could be dealing here with a gigaton scale solution. But the engineers have an issue with carbon negative concrete. So the manufacturers claim that the concrete is lighter, stronger and more durable than conventional concretes. But of course it doesn't have a very long track record. So no one's going to build multi-storey buildings out of this stuff until it develops that track record. You know, conventional Portland-based cements and concretes go back virtually to Roman times. They're an ancient technology. So engineers understand them and know how they work. I think we need to start developing those carbon negative concretes as an industry if we're to be using them to sequester CO2 and avoid emissions of CO2 on the gigaton scale in 2050.
You'll have to have a kind of concrete sink, won't you? I mean, because humanity is keeping on producing CO2, so you're going to have to keep on taking it out of the atmosphere. So you're going to create an enormous area of concrete volume.
Well, we need to cut emissions hard and fast, from all sources. And we can't look at these third-way technologies as just being an offset for allowing us to continue to pollute. If we're to avoid 2 degrees of warming, we have to do all in our power to cut emissions now, but also invest in these solutions. And I think we don't want to just be making concrete to absorb CO2. What we want to do is replace our current requirements for concrete with greener solutions and CO2 absorbing solutions. And that is where, if you just do that, you're still getting up to a gigaton or so of carbon out of the atmosphere per annum, which is about 3.7 gigatons of CO2. So I tend to frame the solutions that way, really.
Yeah.
And I think that's a real live one. I think that's one we could develop. If we had a sectoral carbon price in place, for example, or an emissions trading scheme just for the concrete sector, it would hasten the uptake of some of these solutions. I think that we are changing as a species in quite fundamental ways. I think we're becoming a superorganism, as some of the termites and ants that you've studied so much, David, over time and revealed so much about. If you look at the way we're interconnected now with various technologies and the way ideas travel and unite people, I imagine half a century ago it was a very different world for you. So I think we are changing. I think our potentials are changing, but I don't know. I would.
I listen to all these things. I'm also very keen on a project which has been called the Global Apollo project, which is that we should get all the developed nations of the world with major scientific resources to collaborate to work out a roadmap where we see where the difficulties are in using renewables entirely to fuel our thing. If we could get 1/5000th part of the energy which the sun puts on the earth every day, 1/5000th part, if we could utilize that, it would take care of the entire power requirements of the human race. So I don't believe that it's beyond humanity's ingenuity to do that. It has to be done, and one important proviso, at a price which undercuts coal and oil. And the moment you do that, you deal with all the arguments from Indians, for example, say the developed world owes it to the undeveloped world. We could make money, we could make energy cheaper that way, and everybody would opt to do it, and the carbon would lie in the earth unused. There is one huge problem to that, is that if we get cheap energy in that way, that humanity will go on devastating the earth in the way that we have done for the past few centuries. And what happens to there? No evidence that I can think of, that I can cling to, except first quarter of the 19th century, it was perfectly acceptable to the human race to think that one man could own another and use him as a chattel. And yet, within half a century after that, slavery was something that was intolerable, that no civilized human being could even conceive. There was, in a mysterious way which nobody has analyzed properly, there was a huge change in the moral perspective of humanity. And it's my hope that somehow, if we go on talking about this, if we go on talking about the evils that somehow humanity will actually make another of those philosophical leaps, and it will become intolerable, just as intolerable. Slavery was intolerable. It was intolerable that we should misuse the energies and the capacity of this wonderful world, and that we should actually handle it not only for ourselves, but for the rest of the creatures with which we share the planet.
girlfriend has a girlfriend, and they just came over to get ready to go to a fetish party tonight. I'm watching David at. Why, hello there. It's 12:30 in the morning, and I'm listening to audiobooks. I'm listening to an audiobook called The Girl on the Train. Psychological thriller, kind of loving it. That's why I'm not going to bed. I don't just sit up and listen to audiobooks for lols. I am actually here drawing. Big burger guy.
Baby! 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 Haydi kom, let's go. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Bitch, shut the
The late great cultural theorist Stuart Hall distinguished between globalization from above and globalization from below. Globalization from above was imposed economically, militarily, and culturally, with an attendant amnesia of empire. A homogenizing force, it drives the world towards injustice, conflict, and the polarization of wealth and resources. It moves freely and is without commitments and must be resisted. Globalization from below celebrates diversity, is people-led, makes alliance across differences. It leads to interdependence, attachment, commitment. It needs visible space on the ground as a dynamic place for people to live together, belonging to societies that are inclusive, pluralistic, multicultural, and fair. Space on the ground, where our collective knowledge, intuition, and wonder at what's possible can come together. And the participatory arts afford that. Blueprints exist of how societies can transition to low-carbon futures. The Centre for Alternative Technologies, Who's Getting Ready for Zero.
Oh, fucking, I can't stand. I fucking can't stand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we live? Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Jonathan Rowson. I'm just going to extend a quick RSA welcome. I know you didn't come to hear me today. Housekeeping briefly, our hashtag for today is RSA Climate, if you're on Twitter. Otherwise, keep your phones on silent, please. We don't want interruptions. We're being recorded today for posterity and for future YouTube views and podcasts and so forth. There will be a chance to ask questions later. It's obviously an enormous pleasure to introduce our speakers. But before I do that, I want to just give a little broader context to this project. As some of you may know, the RSA has been working for about a year on a project called the 7 Dimensions of Climate Change. It was an attempt to reimagine what this problem is, something that's often assumed to be a merely environmental issue. Is actually a much bigger issue. Those 7 dimensions traverse everything from science setting the agenda, to law speaking about constraints at scale, to technology saying what is possible, what is feasible, to money saying, well, where does the money go? What is affordable? What can we do? Democracy dealing with collective action problems. Culture speaking about how much are we talking about this? How much do we know about it? What do we feel about it? And behavior, what do we do about it? And climate change is all of these things. And once you begin to realize that, the solutions that emerge from the problem look rather different. You begin to see that it's a much tougher but more fascinating problem than you can imagine. I was a professional chess player for many years, and I can assure you that climate change is 1,000 times more interesting than perhaps the most interesting game on the planet. It really is an extraordinarily tough problem for humanity to solve, if indeed we can solve it, if indeed that's the right framing. Now, to my right, David Attenborough is going to introduce Tim in more detail. So I'm initially going to just say something about Tim's book, The Atmosphere of Hope, or Atmosphere of Hope, Solutions to the Climate Crisis. The word solutions is important, and the book goes into a particular argument there, which Tim will now develop. David is here to speak more about that work and Tim's ideas. But obviously, many of you have come here because I would say probably a voice as much as anything else, not just an image, not just a man, but actually a voice that stays in the soul. The timbre of David Attenborough's voice is perhaps singular and inimitable, and something that sort of stays with you as a kind of warm buzz many hours after you've heard it. He's been called the godfather of natural history TV. He's introduced generations to the world's furry and feathered friends. He's had a huge influence as a broadcaster, introducing colour TV when he was controller at BBC Two. Born in 1926, so he's 89 now. Attenborough collected fossils as a child and gained natural science degrees from Cambridge. Since the launch of his famous ZooQuest series in 1954 to the recent Planet Earth, he has surveyed almost every aspect of life on Earth. Whether he's chilling with chimps or freezing with polar bears, Attenborough always reassures with his signature dulcet tones. This is from my colleague, I wanted to copy this. Many have tried and most failed to capture his hushed, reverential whisper, full of barely contained excitement. This unique voice has formed the soundtrack to millions of childhoods and TV dinners. Now we'll come on, you'll begin to hear that in a moment. But before you do, some of you may have seen outside, I'll just briefly mention a report the RSA released today called Money Talks. It might be a somewhat different approach to the climate solution than Tim proposes in a moment, but almost all of these things will be part of the picture, and we need to start thinking about the issue as systemically and fully as possible. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce, David will introduce Tim. So please welcome David Attenborough.
Thank you, very, very fulsome introduction. I'm here to ask questions. I am not an expert on climate change, so I am here, like you, to learn what I can from Tim. I'm also here, I hope, as one of Tim's old friends. He is an extraordinary polymathic man. He's an explorer. He's a very distinguished taxonomist. He's a great authority on marsupials, both of not only Australia but the whole of the Southwest Pacific. He is a historian, and he has taken a lot of enterprising publications of taking the important documents of Australian exploration and making sure that they were reprinted. He's a museum director. He knows New Guinea very well as the islands of the Pacific. In fact, he's all these multitudinous things. And I've watched what he's done with admiration for a long time. And getting on for 10 years ago, when he was actually, I think you were director of one of the Australian Museum at that time, Tim rang me up and said, this is 10 years ago, Mark, I've been worrying a long time now about what is happening to this planet of ours. And I've decided that I really should stop doing all these different things, and that I should resign from this very distinguished post that he had and devote myself to the problems who could have gone any direction. Since then, he's written a number of books, as I'm sure you will all know, but there is now this one. So many problems or comments or solutions to the problems that we are planning are military ones. They are, or rather, the solutions are military. They threaten. They say, you mustn't do this, you mustn't do that, you mustn't do the other. That is why a volume that says An Atmosphere of Hope seems to me a marvellous start. As I said, I haven't read it. This is the first time I've seen it. And I'm going to ask Tim to say what's in it and how it can be described as hope. Because, my goodness, we need hope on this issue. Tim.
Could I begin by just thanking you, David, for being here today? I know how incredibly busy you are, and I'm very, very grateful, as I'm sure everyone else here is, for your time here. The book really is, I wrote it because I felt that we were losing sight of some important elements in engaging with this climate problem. Perhaps it's just human nature, but we tend to drill down to the very local. So with what's happening in various countries around the world, a lot of people are thinking about very vital issues, but that are kind of local and short term. And we tend to lose track of the longer term trajectory of the problem. And we do need to keep that in mind if we want to find genuine solutions. And my starting point for identifying those genuine solutions was a pretty hard and uncompromising look at where we are now. And where we are now is at the end, we hope, of a decade of what the scientists call the worst case scenario emissions trajectory. So we've been emitting greenhouse gases now at the highest rate that was imaginable a decade or 2 decades ago. And the scale of the problem has grown beyond anything really anyone could have anticipated, even a decade ago, I'd say. Last year, 40 gigatons of CO2 was put into the atmosphere from all human activities, from combined human activities. It's an unimaginably large amount, but we need to really come to grips with it. And one way of doing that really is to ask ourselves, well, what would we need to do to take, say, 1/10 of that volume of CO2 out of the atmosphere by doing something we all understand, like planting trees. I mean, trees are really just congealed carbon dioxide. They grow from atmospheric CO2 and are a store of atmospheric CO2. So how many trees would we need to plant to, say, draw 4 gigatons of CO2 out of the atmosphere? It turns out you'd need to plant an area the size of Australia with trees to draw just 1/10 of current emissions out of the atmosphere. So the volumes of CO2 we're putting into the atmosphere now are indisputably of consequence in terms of the way Earth's system works. They've already elevated temperatures above the pre-industrial levels that prevailed before 200 years ago by a degree, this year 1 degree Celsius. Moreover, there's enough gas in the air, greenhouse gas in the air, to warm Earth's average temperature by another 0.5 degree. So we are committed to living in a world 2 or 3 decades from now that is 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial average. And I'm sure, David, you appreciate some of the consequences of that because you've just been on the Great Barrier Reef filming and you've probably spoken to experts like Ove, Professor Gulhulberg. And he's told me that it's very doubtful that the Barrier Reef can survive at 1.5 degrees of warming. But that's what we're committed to. And that's why I say we've got to take a hard look at this. We can't resile from the facts as we look for hope in this. As we speak, there's a great meeting in Paris that we hope will be the last of the negotiating meetings to broker a deal to deal with climate change. But there's no one who realistically hopes that that meeting can reduce emissions fast enough to see us avoid 2 degrees of warming. In all of the projection work that's done by the scientists suggests that it's now, given that decade of lost opportunity we've come through, extremely difficult, if not impossible, to avoid 2 degrees of warming by cutting emissions alone. So when I look around the world at where we are, we can see that 1 degree of warming has had quite severe consequences in everything from heat waves to fire behaviour to rising sea levels through to biological impacts. The bark beetle impacts in Western North America are enormous and changes anyway across the planet. Ocean acidification, another issue that's now starting to bite at just 1 degree of warming. So those problems are going to grow. We're not going to be able to cut emissions fast enough to avoid 2 degrees. And there are some consequences of that. There are 4 research groups in China, for example, who are now actively pursuing research into what we call geoengineering. These are attempts to alter Earth's climate by affecting how much sunlight reaches Earth's surface. One proposal is that we inject sulfur into the stratosphere and that will cool Earth. The Chinese research and other research shows us that that is a relatively cheap solution. There are probably wealthy individuals on Earth who could afford to do that just out of their own budget. It's instantly effective at cooling the temperature, but it acts just as a band-aid on the system. The problem continues to fester underneath. There's no global treaty regulating geoengineering, so there's nothing to stop China doing it tomorrow if they so wished. And that's my great fear, that as climate impacts worsen, a nation will decide unilaterally to act, take a geoengineering proposal and enact it. And that will have very severe adverse consequences on the rest of the planet. You can't put sulfur into the stratosphere without having an impact on Earth's circulation system and climate systems. It will have adverse impacts. So I can see that without a third way, a third tool to deal with this problem, we are headed into some very, very serious problems by the middle of this century. That's how I've been feeling really for the last decade. I couldn't see much hope. That was the scenario I could see unfolding as every year brought worse news about the emissions. What's changed over the last couple of years for me, however, is I've understood that there is another way to deal with this problem. There is a third way of dealing with this problem. And that third way involves a series of technologies and methods and approaches that have the potential to draw large volumes of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. We can't do it yet, the technologies are not mature yet, but there is enough evidence from desk-based studies, from early stage development, and even some industries that are now operating, that this is achievable. If we're to do that, however, if we're to be drawing gigatons of CO2 out of the atmosphere by mid-century, we need to begin the investment process now. We know from the development pathways of clean technology, wind and solar, that it takes decades to go from an idea or a laboratory test of something through to a large-scale deployment of wind and solar. So that's why I wrote this book, really, was to outline how serious the problem is, that, as it is now, to at least make people aware of some of the hazards, like geoengineering, that I think are not widely understood by the public, but also to inform people that there are solutions, but they're not easy solutions, and they're solutions that we need to start acting on now if we hope to have them ready in time to avoid serious warming.
Okay, solution number one.
Well, perhaps, that's good. Could I begin, David, by just talking about those third-way technologies in a form of classification? I'm a taxonomist, so perhaps do it through a taxonomic approach. There's two basic streams in third-way technologies. One of them I call broadly the biological, and we all understand the biological pathway. Its power source is the sun, the capture mechanism is green plants. They take CO2 out of the atmosphere and store it. And they're a very important element in Earth's self-regulatory system in terms of greenhouse gases. One of the problems with them, I mean, there's many advantages to them. We all understand them. There's quite large-scale industries around forestry and forest products use and even biochar. But one of the drawbacks, as you might gather from that first example I gave of how many trees you need to plant to draw a tenth of the emissions out, is that they're rather limited in scale compared with the problem. You know, Earth's land-based ecosystems are already under a large degree of stress. They're providing food and fibre and shelter for a population now of more than 7 billion people. To ask them to store carbon on a large scale as well is a big ask. I think that forestry and the biochar industry, which it uses plant products to make charcoal, which can then be stored in soils, they're going to be valuable. They're going to be part of the solution, but they're not going to be a big part of the solution just because of the scale of the problem. If you want kind of large-scale solutions, you really have to go offshore and have a look at what the oceans can do. It turns out that seaweed is phenomenal stuff. As you doubtless know, it grows 30 to 60 times faster than land-based plants. Kelp, the kind of things around the coast here, they grow 0.5 metre a day at times. And they're capturing CO2 directly from seawater, so they buffer the seawater, they reduce the acidity. There's a desktop study that's been done that suggests that if we were to plant out 9% of the world's oceans with seaweed farms, we could draw down the equivalent of all of the carbon dioxide we're currently putting into the atmosphere on an annual basis. And in addition to that, that area of seaweed farms would give you enough areas to grow enough protein in forms of fish and prawns and shellfish or whatever to feed a population of 10 billion. So there's a lot of potential there. But so this is a desktop study, as I mentioned. I did a quick calculation on how big 9% of the world's oceans is. It's a frighteningly large area, 4.5 times the size of Australia. So we know seaweed farms work. There's 500 square kilometres of them off the coast of China today. We know that we could be deploying them at scale. There's some very interesting approaches that I've just learnt about in the US to do this. But growing a seaweed industry to that sort of scale is, it's an awesomely large undertaking.
Well, the trouble Well, one of the problems with seaweed is that an awful lot of it is rooted on the seabed. So you are limited, therefore, surely, to the rather shallower waters. But there's also floating seaweed, the sargassum, which doesn't require that. Could you foresee this coming out in mid-ocean or areas that are not used particularly by shipping lanes and so on?
Well, one of the proposals that there's actually an early prototype of concerns developing square kilometre arrays of seaweed farms in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, so midway between California and Australia. And these are floating racks that would be 25 metres below the surface of the water, so the seaweed's still getting enough sunlight, but they're deep enough down that supertankers can pass over the top of them without damage. The nutrients that are required are produced by a pipe that goes down to about 300 metres in depth and uses solar power to slowly pump that water up and fertilise the seaweed. And this is a real life proposal. I said there's a prototype out there and people are now fundraising for large scale.
Who's doing the prototype?
This is out of Stanford University. It's a group of engineers at Stanford University. And their big driver is the protein you can grow in these seaweed farms, the fish and so forth. We're yet to work out how you would, what you would do with the seaweed. You'd have to perhaps have biodigesters or methane generators and generate electricity. Then you have to have a way of storing the carbon dioxide that the seaweed has captured. One option for that is to pump it down into marine sediments under 3 kilometres of water, and there the pressure of the water column holds the CO2 in a liquid form, and it forms a solid in those sediments fairly quickly. So that's one of the options. We're obviously a long way off from being able to do this, and we need a lot more R&D to see how feasible this is and how safe it is. But these are some of the options that are currently being progressed under the biological pathways.
Okay, that's solution number one.
Yes.
Number two.
Number two, let's go. The other great group of solutions are called broadly the chemical pathways, and they're very, very varied. Most of them need a source of energy from the human energy system, and one of the drawbacks of that is at the moment we produce electricity by burning fossil fuels and energy, with transport and so forth by burning fossil fuels. So until we green the systems, until we can get more clean energy into these systems, it doesn't make much sense to follow some of the chemical pathways. But let me run through some of the more prospective ones. One of the more exciting for me is the development of carbon negative concretes. These are concretes which don't generate any CO2 in their manufacture, but they absorb CO2 from the atmosphere as the concrete cures over time. These concretes are already in existence, but they're very, very small scale production at the moment. Concretes today, concrete manufacture or cement manufacture, about 5% of global emissions of CO2 come from that process of making cement for concrete. So there's a big potential there. We could be dealing here with a gigaton scale solution. But the engineers have an issue with carbon negative concrete. So the manufacturers claim that the concrete is lighter, stronger and more durable than conventional concretes. But of course it doesn't have a very long track record. So no one's going to build multi-storey buildings out of this stuff until it develops that track record. Conventional Portland-based cements and concretes go back virtually to Roman times. They're an ancient technology, so engineers understand them and know how they work. But I think we need to start developing those carbon negative concretes as an industry if we're to be using them to sequester CO2 and avoid emissions of CO2 on the gigaton scale in 2050.
But you'll have to have a kind of concrete sink, won't you? Because humanity is keeping on producing CO2, so you're going to have to keep on taking it out of the atmosphere. So you're going to create an enormous area of concrete volume of concrete.
I think, I must say, David, my sense is that we need to cut emissions hard and fast from all sources. And we can't look at these third-way technologies as just being an offset for allowing us to continue to pollute. If we're to avoid 2 degrees of warming, we have to do all in our power to cut emissions now, but also invest in these solutions. And I think we don't want to just be making concrete to absorb CO2. What we want to do is replace our current requirements for concrete with greener solutions and CO2 absorbing solutions. And that is where, if you just do that, you're still getting up to a gigaton or so of carbon out of the atmosphere per annum, which is about 3.7 gigatons of CO2. So I tend to frame the solutions that way, really. And I think that's a real live one. I think that's one we could develop. If we had a sectoral carbon price in place, for example, or an emissions trading scheme just for the concrete sector, it would hasten the uptake of some of these solutions. But just to go on to another one of the chemical pathways, another one I find quite fascinating is the use of silicate rocks to absorb carbon dioxide. These rocks are formed at the mid-ocean ridge, and over geological time they're often incorporated into continental land masses. They can be mined and ground up so that they weather faster, and as they weather, they absorb CO2 out of the atmosphere. So they're again part of this natural self-regulatory system in terms of CO2 drawdown, but we can hasten that process by mining rock and putting in an area where it'll weather. If you mined 5 to 6 gigatons of silicate rock globally and ground it up and strew it on beaches, for example, to enrich beaches with beach sand, you'd be drawing down 3 or 4 gigatons of CO2.
Using a lot of energy to do it.
Exactly, and this is the problem. At the moment, quarrying and grinding rock is very energy intensive. Until we green our energy systems, that is not going to be a proposal we can really deploy at scale. But I think we need to do the R&D on it. We need to do the research and development on it to understand better how we could do it at scale, and then perhaps start using, where we do have cleaner energy sources, start using those to start experimenting with this to see what the drawdown rates are like. But it's another one I can imagine by 2050 that we could be drawing down significant amounts of CO2. Perhaps if I could just break the narrative up a little bit too by just thinking about 2050. I know I keep mentioning this as the year that that these technologies may reach maturity around about 2050. A lot of people perhaps feel that what I'm talking about is a bit like science fiction, doing this at the gigaton scale at that point. And I struggled with that myself as I wrote the book, and really the only way I could come to terms with understanding what 2050 might be like is to cast myself back a century and to imagine I was living in 1915 and trying to understand 1950 rather than 2015 and 2050. And if you do that, it's interesting. I mean, in London here, we would be living in a horse-drawn era in 1915. There'd be a great war happening on the continent without any tanks. There was no tanks on the battlefield in 1915. There was a few aircraft, but they were only used for surveillance. Cavalry charges were still being used. The maps in schoolrooms that explained what the globe was like would have been colour-coded according to the European empires of the day. And there wasn't a communist country in existence. And cast yourself forward to 1950 and you're living in a nuclear era with jet aircraft and communism seemingly covering half the globe. I mean, it sounds like science fiction to a 1915 ear. And I think we have to keep that in mind as we think about 1950 and the potential of these technologies, because the pace of change has only increased this century compared with last. So when we talk about these large-scale deployments of these technologies, we have to just keep the imaginative possibility open that 2050 will be very different from 2015.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yes, good.
Next.
The other technologies in that chemical pathway, they're very varied and very bitty, so I'll just go through a few. One concerns the manufacture of plastics directly from atmospheric CO2. I've held in my hand a little bit of plastic made from atmospheric CO2, mobile phone cover. Probably the most expensive mobile phone cover in the known universe. But it exists. People can do this. So plastics from CO2, we could replace a lot of fossil fuel use through developing those technologies and bringing them to scale and making them cheaper. We'd have to double the amount of plastics we use, unfortunately, all derived from atmospheric CO2 if we were even to draw down a gigaton of carbon per annum using that technique. So that will be a small part of a future solution. There are other groups, Siemens, and I worked with Siemens on and off for a decade looking at their clean energy technologies. They have developed an approach using overnight wind energy in Germany, which nobody wants. There's a lot of wind electricity generation overnight. To take water bath with CO2, enriched with CO2, and to make long chain hydrocarbons out of it. And once you've done that, you can use that atmospheric CO2 for anything from fertilisers to plastics to substitutes for liquid fuels. That is a real technology that exists now, but is just at a very nascent stage. Just 2 months ago, an announcement was made out of the University of Washington that researchers had discovered how to make carbon fibres directly from atmospheric CO2. And that, to me, is a huge breakthrough.
Just before you leave plastics, may I ask a question? A matter that worries me to death, as it worries, I'm sure, to you and many in this room, is the pervasive quality of plastics and the irreducibility of it. I was making a film, or contributing to a film, which started with an albatross chick waiting for its parent to come back after a transglobe journey gathering food. And the parent comes, opens her bill. The chick opens its bill, and what pours from the parent? Plastic. Solid, indigestible, poisonous plastic. Nothing else. And the plastic that is pervading the ocean, both in floating form and in form of those little molecules, those little grains of plastic, are an appalling hazard in the ocean. Now, is there any system that can actually deal with that? Or will your system create more of it?
At the moment, the technologies I'm talking about are at a very, very early stage of development, and I'm not aware of anyone asking how we would develop, say, biodegradable plastics from these sources. But I agree with you totally. That has to be the way forward. I mean, plastics, as you say, they seem to last forever in the oceans. They're a major hazard for many forms of life, things from turtles through, as you know, to even fish in the oceans and through to seabirds. So we have to do something about that problem. I guess that brings up the issue, really, that climate change is one of a whole series of really big problems that we have to face, and quickly, and get on top of quickly. So, research and development, innovation, we need that for a lot of these areas.
Another one?
If I could just return to carbon fibres briefly, that really excited me as a discovery, because carbon fibres produce materials that are very light and very strong. They're used in aircraft hulls, for example, but they're expensive. And this discovery, the announcement said that the research allowed for the manufacture of carbon fibres at a fraction of the cost of current production processes. So that is exciting for two reasons. One, it'll gain funding just through the private sector. But secondly, if we can get carbon fibre cheap enough, it'll compete head-on with aluminium and steel, both of which are major emitters in the current economy. So if we can produce carbon fibres from atmospheric CO2 from a problem in a cheap enough manner, that could be a very, very powerful tool in terms of addressing climate change.
But that's a long way ahead, Tim, isn't it? I mean, the problem we're talking about is within the next decade, the next 2 decades.
Look, it's true that the emissions reductions problem is something we have to deal with this decade or next. We'll be out of carbon budget and completely committed to 2 degrees of warming in the next 13 years. We know that, unless we reduce emissions. But the greenhouse gases, there's a delay in the way they act. So the full warming potential of the greenhouse gases we're putting into the atmosphere today from having these lights on won't be felt for 2 or 3 decades. So there's a lag. So when we talk about the deployment of these technologies, we have to think about it in the context of that lag. So you're right that it's a long way off. It's, if you look at wind and solar PV, it's taken from the 70s when those technologies were invented to now for them to get to scale. It's been a multi-decadal journey of research and development and then building industries to scale and getting costs out, getting the things to market. And the same will be true for these technologies, which is why I argue in the book we need to start now with that R&D and early scale development if we're to have a hope of having these ready and working at the gigaton scale by 2050. But given the lag in the warming potential, I think that there is a possibility that we can, if we cut emissions hard and fast now and develop these technologies now, we can still avoid 2 degrees of warming if we get on top of it. We have to see this as a project. I have to see it. Before I wrote the book, no one was talking about these technologies as a possible solution. No one was seeing them as a way forward as a whole. And I really do think we are now at the point where we have no choice. These have to be part of the solution. We can't hazard a geoengineering solution. We can't do that. It's too late to rely solely on emissions reductions. We have to have these other technologies.
Can you think of further examples of your solutions, or is that enough to be going on with?
Probably one more I should mention, which is really around carbon capture and storage. The conventional thinking around carbon capture and storage has been involved with coal-fired power plants and capturing the gas that comes out of them. And that, I think, is a failure. We've got to the point now where I don't think that's going to be a significant solution. But there are a group of very smart people out there, physicists and astrobiologists, who've looked at Earth and said, well, which parts of Earth, where could we store CO2 in a way that would allow it to be naturally stable? And I've already mentioned one of those, which is the ocean crust, sediments of the ocean crust down at 3 kilometres of depth. That's one possibility. Another possibility is the high Antarctic ice cap. And the reason that's of interest is that its temperatures there average 57 degrees, minus 57 degrees Celsius. Sometimes it gets as cold as minus 90 Celsius up there. At minus 78.5 degrees Celsius, CO2 falls out of the air as snow, as carbon dioxide snow. And one of the proposals, and of course that happens naturally already in Antarctica when the temperature drops, but that snow just sublimates again as it warms and goes back to the atmosphere. But there is a proposal that we develop chiller boxes, very large chiller boxes, 100 metre cube chiller boxes over the Antarctic, power them using wind power, chill the air just a bit, and excavate the snow under these chiller boxes, let the CO2 snow fall into the ice cap and then cover it with ice. And it will act as a permanent store for CO2. If you had about half the number of wind turbines that currently exist in Germany to power those chiller boxes, you could be storing a gigaton of carbon per year in the ice cap with that. Now when I read about that proposal, my first reaction was very negative. It seemed to me that Antarctica is the last great wilderness on the planet, should be allowed to stay that way. But when I reflected on that a bit, I thought, this is a bit of a NIMBY attitude, a bit of a not in my backyard attitude. And what's at stake could be the future well-being of my children and the children of everyone else on the planet. So should I really say we shouldn't be at least doing due diligence and research and development on this proposal, if in fact in 30, 35, 40 years' time it could be the difference of catastrophic climate change or not to our children. On more mature reflection, I came to the view that no, we shouldn't exclude this. We need to look at these possibilities because we may need them 25, 30, 35 years from now. So that gives people a sense of the many hundreds of potential options out there, some of which are tiny in scale, some of which are large in scale. And that some of the difficulties involved, and the fact that many of them are either desktop studies or at very, very early stages of development. But that basically is the proposal. And when I looked through it, did a conservative estimate of what these technologies might be drawing out of the atmosphere at scale 30 years from now, and the figure I came up with was about 40% of current emissions. And that's if you exclude things like seaweed farms that we don't understand enough about and Antarctic ice storage, but just use the things we do understand. So that's a very significant contribution. If we can do just that, we will be making a big difference to the lives of people who are going to be living 30 years from now.
Very well. Well, there you are, a number of solutions. What about some questions on these particular points, or indeed any others?
That a bit, I thought, this is a bit of a NIMBY attitude, a bit of a not in my backyard attitude. And what's at stake could be the future well-being of my children and the children of everyone else on the in a way that would allow it to be naturally stable. And I've already mentioned these technologies. We have to think about it in the context of that lag. So you're right that it's a long way off. really excited me as a discovery because carbon fibres produce materials that are very light and very strong. They're used in aircraft hulls, for example, but they're expensive. And this discovery, the announcement said that the research allowed for the manufacture of carbon fibres at a fraction of the cost of current production processes. So that is exciting for two reasons. One, it'll gain funding just through the private sector. But secondly, if we can get carbon fibre cheap enough, it'll compete head-on with aluminium and steel, both of which are major emitters in the current economy. So if we can produce carbon fibres from atmospheric CO2 from a problem in a cheap enough manner, that could be a very, very powerful tool in terms of addressing climate change.
But that's a long way ahead, Tim, isn't it? I mean, yeah, the problem we're talking about is within the next decade, the next 2 decades.
Look, it's true that the emissions reductions problem is something we have to deal with this decade or next. We'll be out of carbon budget and completely committed to 2 degrees of warming in the next 13 years. We know that, unless we reduce emissions. But the greenhouse gases, there's a delay in the way they act. So the full warming potential of the greenhouse gases we're putting into the atmosphere today from having these lights on won't be felt for 2 or 3 decades. So there's a lag. So when we talk about the deployment of these technologies, we have to think about it in the context of that lag. So you're right that it's a long way off. It's, if you look at wind and solar PV, it's taken from the 70s when those technologies were invented to now for them to get to scale. It's been a multi-decadal journey of research and development and then building industries to scale and getting costs out, getting things to market. And the same will be true for these technologies, which is why I argue in the book we need to start now with that R&D and early scale development if we're to have a hope of having these ready and working at the gigaton scale by 2050. But given the lag in the warming potential, I think that there is a possibility that we can, if we cut emissions hard and fast now and develop these technologies now, we can still avoid 2 degrees of warming if we get on top of it. We have to see this as a project. Have to see it. Before I wrote the book, no one was talking about these technologies as a possible solution. No one was seeing them as a way forward as a whole. And I really do think we are now at the point where we have no choice. These have to be part of the solution. We can't hazard a geoengineering solution. We can't do that. It's too late to rely solely on emissions reductions. We have to have these other technologies.
Can you think of further examples of your solutions, or is that enough to be going on with?
Probably one more I should mention, which is really around carbon capture and storage. The conventional thinking around carbon capture and storage has been involved with coal-fired power plants and capturing the gas that comes out of them. And that, I think, is a failure. We've got to the point now where I don't think that's going to be a significant solution. But there are a group of very smart people out there, physicists and astrobiologists, who've looked at Earth and said, well, which parts of Earth, where could we store CO2 in a way that would allow it to be naturally stable? And I've already mentioned one of those, which is the ocean crust, sediments of the ocean crust down at 3 kilometres of depth. That's one possibility. Another possibility is the high Antarctic ice cap. And the reason that's of interest is that its temperatures there average minus 57 degrees Celsius. Sometimes it gets as cold as minus 90 Celsius up there. At minus 78.5 degrees Celsius, CO2 falls out of the air as snow, as carbon dioxide snow. And one of the proposals, and of course that happens naturally already in Antarctica when the temperature drops, but that snow just sublimates again as it warms and as it goes back to the atmosphere. But there is a proposal that we develop chiller boxes, very large chiller boxes, 100-metre cube chiller boxes over the Antarctic, power them using wind power, chill the air just a bit, and excavate the snow under these chiller boxes, let the CO2 snow fall into the ice cap, and then cover it with ice. And it will act as a permanent store for CO2. If you had about half the number of wind turbines that currently exist in Germany to power those chiller boxes, you could be storing a gigaton of carbon per year in the ice cap with that. Now when I read about that proposal, I really do think we are now at the point where we have no choice. These have to be part of the solution. We can't hazard a geoengineering solution. We can't do that. It's too late to rely solely on emissions reductions. We have to have these other technologies.
Can you think of further examples of your solutions, or is that enough to be going on with?
Probably one more I should mention, which is really around carbon capture and storage. You know, the conventional thinking around carbon capture and storage has been involved with coal-fired power plants and capturing the gas that comes out of them. And that, I think, is a failure. We've got to the point now where I don't think that's going to be a significant solution. But there are a group of very smart people out there, physicists and astrobiologists, who've looked at Earth and said, well, which parts of Earth, where could we store CO2 in a way that would allow it to be naturally stable? And I've already mentioned one of those, which is the ocean crust, sediments of the ocean crust down at 3 kilometres of depth. That's one possibility. Another possibility is the high Antarctic ice cap. And the reason that's of interest is that its temperatures there get average 57 degrees, minus 57 degrees Celsius. Sometimes it gets as cold as minus 90 Celsius up there. At minus 78.5 degrees Celsius, CO2 falls out of the air as snow, as carbon dioxide snow. And one of the proposals, and of course that happens naturally already in Antarctica when the temperature drops, but that snow just sublimates again as it warms and as it goes back to the atmosphere. But there is a proposal that we develop chiller boxes, very large chiller boxes, 100-metre cube chiller boxes over the Antarctic, power them using wind power, chill the air just a bit, and excavate the snow under these chiller boxes, let the CO2 snow fall into the ice cap, and then cover it with ice. And it will act as a permanent store for CO2. If you had about half the number of wind turbines that currently exist in Germany to power those chiller boxes, you could be storing a gigaton of carbon per year in the ice cap with that. Now when I read about that proposal, my first reaction was very negative. It seemed to me that Antarctica is the last great wilderness on the planet, should be allowed to stay that way. But when I reflected on that a bit, I thought, this is a bit of a NIMBY attitude, a bit of a not in my backyard attitude. And what's at stake could be the future well-being of my children and the children of everyone else on the planet. So should I really say we shouldn't be at least doing due diligence and research and development on this proposal, if in fact in 30, 35, 40 years' time it could be the difference of catastrophic climate change or not to our children. On more mature reflection, I came to the view that no, we shouldn't exclude this. We need to look at these possibilities because we may need them 25, 30, 35 years from now. So that gives people a sense of the many hundreds of potential options out there, some of which are tiny in scale, some of which are large in scale. And that some of the difficulties involved, and the fact that many of them are either desktop studies or at very, very early stages of development. But that basically is the proposal. And when I looked through it, did a conservative estimate of what these technologies might be drawing out of the atmosphere at scale 30 years from now, and the figure I came up with was about 40% of current emissions. And that's if you exclude things like seaweed farms that we don't understand enough about and Antarctic ice storage, but just use the things we do understand. So that's a very significant contribution. If we can do just that, we will be making a big difference to the lives of people who are going to be living 30 years from now.
Very well. Well, there you are, a number of solutions. What about some questions on these particular points, or indeed any others? Gentleman here.
Thank you very much. I'm Richard McCrory. I'm a lawyer at UCL. And I agree with you generally that I think technological solutions are going to be vital in this. I just want to pick up one point because I've been specialising in developing regulation for carbon capture and storage over the last few years. And you said it was a failure. And I wondered whether you meant it was a political and economic failure, because certainly in the UK at the moment it is, or actually technologically, because I'm not sure about, there's the Quest project in Canada, storage in Sleipner. I suspect it's more the politics and people thinking, well, is this just allowing us to carry on as we are, or is it a genuine bridging solution? But you just said it was a failure from coal, and I just wondered which bit of the failure?
No, thanks so much for that question, because it does need some clarification. The two big projects that have been built that involve coal-fired power plants are the Kemper County plant in the US and the Canadian plant that you mentioned. Both of them were completed over budget and over time. So they're more expensive than we thought, and they're just very complicated. And they don't even capture all of the emissions from those sources. My sense of the industry is that there's very little appetite for developing more of those plants. The cost of renewables is coming down so fast that they're looking very expensive compared with renewables plus some storage option even. I think the Sleipner example is a little bit different, where if you're pumping gas and you can just put the CO2 back in, that may be more of an option. There's certainly I don't know whether you're aware, but in Australia, the Gorgon project off the northwest of Australia, which has a lot of CO2 in the gas, is pumping that stuff directly back into sediments. So that as an option may be more favourable, but the conventional CCS story of taking exhaust CO2 from coal-fired power plants and putting it in the ground, I think we know the answer to that now. And it's just not going to be 5% of energy needs by 2050.
Thank you. I'm a fellow of the RSA. My question is, you talked about the fear of unilateral action, the China and the sulphur, but isn't there also the fear of trying to seek consensus? And how do you bridge the two by trying to get the world to act together, provide the money, and somebody to take decisions and move things forwards, as opposed to the other extreme of unilateral action?
Yeah. Are you talking specifically about geoengineering, so sulphur projects, or just more generally?
More generally, I mean, there are obviously all these routes, but how do you actually herd the cats and actually get people working in a common purpose and a common goal where compromises will have to be made?
Yeah, sure. Well, look, I think if I can take the question in two parts, one concerns emissions reductions, and we clearly do need there a consensus agreement, because without that, the fear is that some people will just keep on polluting, and others will bear the cost of reductions. So the Paris meeting is all about that. If we get a strong signal out of Paris that the world has come to the view that we can't keep burning fossil fuels forever, and we've got a series of actions in place to reduce emissions as fast as we can at the moment, and with a short review period, I think that's as good as we'll get out of that process. And that's a really firm basis, really, for starting to reduce emissions at the fastest practical rate. When it comes to the funding of these technologies, I think that the answer is a little bit different, because the sources of funding and the stage of development they're at is so varied. There are some, for example, like carbon fibres, that will probably be funded directly from enterprise capital, from capital investment from the private sector. There are other solutions that might need a carbon price. So using silicate rocks, for example, is something that might require a carbon price, because there's no obvious product at the end of that beyond the drawdown of CO2. So a global carbon price needs a global consensus, so that will be something we'll see how that develops out of the Paris process. But there are many technologies that are somewhere in the middle, and seaweed farming is one of those, where you can imagine some components of large-scale seaweed farming might be profitable on their own as a source of protein for food, but there are other parts of that process, such as the storage of CO2, that would require either some regulation or some pricing mechanism as well that allows you to do that. My hope is that when people at the moment are looking at innovation funding, almost all of it is about clean energy at the moment. I think we need to expand our innovation funding to include some of the options in the third way. I think that investors need to start looking at this, and one of the great things about it, I suppose, is that we know the problem that people are going to be trying to solve in 2050. This gas isn't going to get out of the air of its own accord. It's going to be up there driving ever more adverse changes to our climate as time goes on. So we know that we have to have a solution. The only practical solution is third way technologies. And I think we're in a position of privilege understanding that. We know what the problem is future generations will be trying to face. We can't know which of these technologies will be a winner, but we do know that if we're to deal with climate change now, some of these have to be brought to scale. So for investors, that's I think, a useful framing, if you want, of the problem.
There's a gentleman there. Oh, where? Yes. No, not. There.
Thank you. I'm Caroline Watson from Global Action Plan. Do you feel that, I mean, my sense is that we might have most of the solutions already. So you mentioned green technology such as solar and wind, and unfortunately we haven't done that properly yet. But if we had the political will and we actually implemented the technologies we have currently widely and as far as we possibly can, so every home and every building had solar and the grid was completely powered by renewables, would your longer term solutions that we don't really know that are proven yet, would they be necessary?
I do think they would be necessary because, could I take that in two parts really? You're right that we have the basic technologies with wind and solar, but innovation in wind and solar is still going ahead of pace. There are thousands of patents being taken out in the solar sector, at the moment. I mean, I think the 4,000 or something over the last 5 years. There's still quite a number. So a lot of really early stage innovation is happening in those areas. The wind sector itself is changing incredibly. I mean, again, I saw this working with Siemens, the advent of gearless wind turbines, the huge advantage that removes many hundreds of moving parts from a turbine. The idea that you can containerise wind turbines, so deliver everything to site in shipping containers, that's a reality. The use of 3D printers to keep turbine blades, in pristine condition. All of this stuff is new research that's going to drive down the cost of electricity from wind and solar. So I think we've got the general solutions, but we don't have we haven't done enough innovation yet in those sectors to drive costs down to where they need to be over the longer term, or as low as they could go. The big problem is how quickly can we shift from the burning of fossil fuels? Even if you quadruple the deployment of wind and solar, you've still got problems. We've still got problems with intermittency. We need to develop battery technologies too. Electric vehicles, I would love it if we were at scale with electric vehicles now. We could move off liquid fuels. But Tesla, one of the leaders in the electric vehicle area, it's capitalised at half the value of GM until fairly recently. They only made 36,000 cars last year. We're at the very early stages. There's something like 80 million cars put on the road a year. So we're new cars. So, as I said, I don't think there are very few people I speak to who think we can move fast enough to reduce those emissions to avoid 2 degrees of warming. I'd love to be proved wrong with that. I'd love to see in 5 years' time we've done an incredible job. But, and there's another way of looking at that, which is that are we willing to live in a world with 1.5 degrees of warming, which we're committed to now? The gases in the air that'll make that happen. So do we want to live in a world without a Great Barrier Reef? If you don't, we're going to need to get some of the gas out of the air. We're going to need these third-way technologies to do that.
Very good. What about someone at the back there? In the middle? Back row, I think.
Are we too late to reduce population by birth control?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, are we too late to reduce population by birth control? Look, I'm not an expert on demographics, but my understanding of the situation is that the UN projections are that by 2050 we'll have around about 9 billion people on the planet, a few more, and that there is still some room to alter that trajectory by limiting fertility. And the obvious way to do that is to just better the welfare of women in developing countries, give them more economic opportunity and more control over their own bodies. That's what's needed. And we can do that with our foreign aid budgets. We should be, I think, focusing on that. But a big part of that population increase, as I understand it, is coming from just people living longer. And it's a lot harder problem to solve in a way. We can't ask people to get off. We can't do that. So it's probably partially too late.
Yes, it may be too late, but it doesn't mean to say that it shouldn't be achieved simply because of the dignity of humanity.
That's
anyway. Well, there's a question there.
Hi, my name's Dan Dunleavy. Just a quick question. You haven't mentioned methane, and as David will know, belching cows and sheep produce rather a lot of that. And I saw when I was on the march on Sunday that it said if we all went vegan, we could cut emissions by 51%. I'm quite sceptical about that, but the key question is, what about methane, really? Because you've talked primarily about CO2.
Yeah, sure. Well, methane is responsible for, I think it's about, in round figures, 20% of the warming potential. And there's a whole lot of sources of methane. As you mentioned, cattle, ruminants are one, wetlands are another, permafrost is another. And for me, one of the biggest risks of approaching that 2-degree threshold is a release of methane, particularly from the Arctic tundra, a mass release. We know that releases of methane can occur and alter the climate very severely. There was a mass release of methane about 55 million years ago, which did that, spike temperatures hugely and had a big impact. I was in Washington last month with one of the experts in that field, and he was saying that what they're learning now about that methane eruption 55 million years ago gives him great concern that we might be approaching a methane threshold. There's no easy solutions to that. We just have to reduce our risk as much as we can by cutting emissions as hard and fast as we can. But it's one of those things that is sort of beyond our control. Beyond that, we've just got to reduce our risk by keeping temperatures as low as we can. Just incidentally, though, there was one interesting development I didn't mention in terms of third-wave technologies. A group of South Korean researchers announced last month, or the month before last, that they had developed a means of activating used coffee grounds to capture atmospheric methane. I'd never even occurred to me such a thing might be possible, but if the tundra does melt down, I'll be drinking 100 cups a day and shipping my grains off to Korea to get activated.
At the back corner there.
Hi, hello. My name is Dorothy Maxwell. I'm Director of the Sustainable Business Group and an RSA Fellow. And I'm wondering if you have a view on the role of carbon pricing, and if we started to get the economics right, could we flip the market quicker to drive change, and how would that affect the type of technology solutions you're talking about?
Sure. Look, I do have a view on carbon pricing that I put in the book, and what I did with the book was try to assess the cost of removing CO2 per tonne from the atmosphere using various third-wave technologies. And you can assume, given current conditions, a price of around $100 a tonne on average for taking CO2 out of the atmosphere. So if that's the price for removing CO2 from the atmosphere, that surely should be the price for putting it in. The cost to the polluter, the cost to us all should reflect the cost of fixing the problem. So I think in any just world, a carbon price of around $100 a tonne is probably about right. That's probably far too high, I imagine, for industry to be, to accept. But we need to start somewhere with carbon pricing, and I think we do need a global carbon price. And I think that the schemes that are being developed in China now are a very interesting initiative in terms of carbon pricing. I do hear people talk about harmonising the European carbon price with the Chinese emerging carbon price over time, and the Californian carbon price. And if we do that, you've got a carbon market that's nearing a sort of global scale then, and you can imagine other players perhaps working in with that.
I think another two or three, we'll make it three. Sir. You, sir. Yeah. Oh, it's Crispin. Hello.
Well, first of all, we're very grateful to you for all the various solutions that you've suggested. But I suggest perhaps the biggest problem of all we face today, which is much discussed in Paris at the moment, is how you're going to persuade governments and people that some of these solutions are desirable and feasible. And I often think that the best way it has to be done, and from my own experience of climate change negotiations, this is obvious, is that you have to be able to persuade governments, authorities, institutions, individual citizens that some of these solutions are really necessary. And so you really need to try and work out procedures which will enable people to understand more what is at stake and how everyone has to participate in finding solutions. And the usual solution, I think, which is most useful, is that in each case, in each country, you have to be able to display why it is that these things are in their interest. Whether you're talking about what's happening in the United States, where, as you know, it still remains a matter of high political controversy, or take some small African country like Mali or Ethiopia. In each case, you've got to be able to show that it's in the interest of that country and will win the support of communities and governments and institutions that this is the right thing to do. And so that, I think, is one of the things I hope will come out of Paris, is a better awareness of all this. But without that communication with the public and being able to explain why it's necessary to do these things, I don't think we're ever going to make much progress.
Want to respond?
Yes. Look, Sir Crispin Tickell has just spoken, and what you say is so absolutely right. And you've seen it over decades now, the need for this. And really, that's why I wrote this book, was to try to get that debate going. You know, that until I'd written the book, even myself, we weren't conceptualising these third-way technologies as a way forward. But once we understand that it is a possible way forward, we can then go to various nations, or nations can ask themselves the question, where is our strategic national advantage in this basket or portfolio of technologies? My recommendation to the Australian government and the Canadian government that I've been working with over the last few months is that we go to our academies of science. We go to the academies of engineering science and even the humanities and ask, can they provide some insight into where the national advantage lies across this very, very broad range of possibilities? So I think that that's probably one way forward, at least for research and development funding that comes from the government.
Right, a penultimate question down the corner there.
Thank you very much for your excellent talk. What role do you see for nuclear in electricity generation?
That's a great question, and my view on nuclear has changed. 10 years ago, I thought that it was likely to be an important part of the future energy mix. But if you look at what's happening with the nuclear industry, it's actually contracting for a number of reasons. So in the late 1990s, it was generating about, I think, 17% of world electricity requirements. It's now about 12%. And in terms of actual megawatts, it's declined as well. Now, there's a few things like the Fukushima disaster that have happened that have affected it. But there are other factors at work as well. And one of them, I think, is the nature of capital markets. When you think about putting up a nuclear power plant, using conventional technologies, they have to be very large to be cheap per kilowatt. So you're looking at a 2,000 megawatt plant that's, in US dollars terms, probably $15-20 billion. They take years to plan and build, and they take 50 years to pay off, to go through. So you're locking up a lot of capital for a very long time in the hope of a return. And in the current market, your competition, if you want to do that, is wind and solar. And solar PV is reducing cost 10% year on year. Wind is, the cost of wind are likely to drop 50% over the next 5 years if these technological developments, get in place. And they're modular. You don't need to invest $20 billion to get them going. You can buy just a few solar panels or a few wind turbines. So they're much more, and the payback times are much shorter than for a nuclear power plant. So for all of those reasons, capital is going into renewable energy and not flowing into nuclear power plant development. The one area where we are seeing significant build in nuclear is in the command economies like China, where the government provides the capital and the government regulates and really assumes the risk. And there we're seeing some build. I think there's about 16 new nuclear power plants being built in China. But in economies such as Britain's or Australia, they're much less likely to go ahead unless the government assumes risk and provides some incentives.
Right, a last question, sir.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, the RSA. It's a question for both of you, if you don't mind, and in some ways especially David. It's a question about your intuition about human beings and their capacity to adapt. In the climate change, there's so many variables that you have to hold some things constant to make any traction. And it seems to me that in much of the discussion today, we hold human beings as constant. We kind of assume that we're not going to change that much, that we're stuck in our ways, we're creatures of habit and so forth. And my question to David really was, having observed creatures over many decades, including human beings, what is your instinct about our capacity to really grasp this fundamental problem and to transform our lives accordingly through shaping our habitats, shaping our values, shaping how we live our lives? Particularly David, if you can.
You're passing the hard one on to me. I mean, goodness. I think that we are changing as a species in quite fundamental ways. I think we're becoming a superorganism, as some of the termites and ants that you've studied so much, David, over time and revealed so much about. If you look at the way we're interconnected now with various technologies and the way ideas travel and unite people, I imagine half a century ago it was a very different world for you. So I think we are changing. I think our potentials are changing, but I don't know. I would.
Thank you. I listen to all these things. I'm also very keen on a project which has been called the Global Apollo project, which is that we should get all the developed nations of the world with major scientific resources to collaborate to work out a roadmap where we see where the difficulties are in using renewables entirely to fuel our thing. If we could get 1/5,000th part of the energy which the sun puts on the earth every day, 1/5,000th part, if we could utilize that, it would take care of the entire power requirements of the human race. So I don't believe that it's beyond humanity's ingenuity to do that. It has to be done, and one of the important proviso, at a price which undercuts coal and oil. And the moment you do that, you deal with all the arguments from Indians, for example, say that the developed world owes it to the undeveloped world. We could make money, we could make energy cheaper that way, and everybody would opt to do it, and the carbon would lie in the earth unused. There is one huge problem to that, is that if we get cheap energy in that way, that humanity will go on devastating the earth in the way that we have done for the past few centuries. And what hope is there? No evidence that I can think of that I can cling to, except the notion that, in the middle of the first quarter of the 19th century, it was perfectly acceptable to the human race to think that one man could own another and use him as a chattel. And yet, within half a century after that, slavery was something that was intolerable, that no civilized human being could even conceive. There was, in a mysterious way which nobody has analysed properly, there was a huge change in the moral perspective of humanity. And it's my hope that somehow, if we go on talking about this, if we go on talking about the evils that somehow humanity will actually make another of those philosophical leaps, and it will become intolerable, just as intolerable. Slavery was intolerable. It was intolerable that we should misuse the energies and the capacity
of this wonderful world, and that we should actually handle it not only for ourselves, but for the rest of the creatures with which we share the planet. It's now, we've exceeded our time. It's for my pleasure to thank Tim very much indeed for this very, very stimulating talk.
Spent on development aid. If you actually had a trading system which meant that more money went to the poor countries.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm sorry to keep you a little bit. Welcome to this evening's event. Before we begin, can I make sure your mobile phones are off, please? If they're not off and you want to keep them on silent, you're welcome to tweet. Our hashtag tonight is RSA Climate.
Representatives of parties to CITES and the CBD, country representatives from hosting countries, colleagues from convention secretariats, regional partners, resource persons, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this regional preparatory briefing on the upcoming CITES COP17 and CBD COP13. We are delighted to be partnering with our good friends and colleagues at the CBD Secretariat in co-hosting these 4 regional meetings, and we express our deep appreciation to the European Union for providing the funding that has made these highly valuable briefings possible. We are also most grateful to our CITES Standing Committee representatives from each region for agreeing to partner with us in this exciting endeavour. And in particular, we extend our thanks to Australia for Oceania, Uganda for Africa, Kuwait for Asia, and Colombia and Guatemala for Central and South America and the Caribbean. We also extend our gratitude to the institutions we are partnering with across different regions in holding these meetings, namely AMCEN, the Organisation of American States, CONAP, SPREP, and UNEP. And we extend our thanks to our sister convention secretariats and others, including the CMS, the Convention on Migratory Species, the African Union Commission, and the FAO for their active participation. CITES COP17, or the World Wildlife Conference, is going to be the largest and one of the most critical meetings in the 43-year history of the convention. It looks set to be the busiest COP we have ever had, with a record number of agenda items, as well as a vast number of delegates, observers and media expected to attend. At COP17, parties will take decisions on what additional measures are needed to end illicit wildlife trafficking. They will also consider a number of proposals to bring additional species under CITES trade controls, or in some cases to change the status of existing CITES listings, as well as to tackle issues concerning livelihoods, the review of significant trade, traceability of specimens in trade, and the effectiveness of CITES implementation, amongst many other matters. CITES COP17 will also address some very difficult and contentious issues to do with divergent approaches amongst CITES parties on matters affecting trade in certain high-profile CITES-listed species, where the role, scope, and future direction of the convention will be debated upon and decided upon. The COP has also attracted the largest ever number of registered side events, with more than 100 such events having already been registered, including one which will show an award-winning film from the International Elephant Film Festival that was co-sponsored by the CITES Secretariat and the Jackson Hole Wildlife Film Festival as a part of the World Wildlife Day celebrations this year. Over the years, the Secretariat has received requests to allow parties to meet as a region in advance of the COP, to share information and exchange views on topics that are important for the region. Such pre-COP meetings have taken place in some regions in the past, thanks to the individual initiatives of various partners. This is, however, the first time ever that the Secretariats of CITES and CBD have joined forces to roll out coordinated regional pre-COP meetings across 4 regions. And colleagues, there could be no better time for these preparatory meetings than this year. In embarking on this new and exciting endeavour, we first and foremost thank all our party representatives for being here, the EU for the generous funding, our primary partner, the CBD Secretariat, and our many other partners, as well as our good staff for all of their hard work in preparing for and now delivering on these really important meetings. I wish you well with your deliberations, and we look forward to seeing you all in Johannesburg for CITES COP17 and in Cancun for CBD COP13. I thank you.
talking shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a very warm welcome. It's my great pleasure first to introduce our President, Her Royal Highness Princess Laurentine, who's an extremely hard-working president. She goes all over the world for FFI. She's the most fantastic advocate for us. We're extremely proud to have her as our president, and she's going to introduce our speakers.
Well, first of all, I don't work nearly as hard as these two individuals. I'm really, really delighted that you've turned up in so many tonight, and no wonder that you've turned up. I'm sure that there's a queue outside still. And I'm delighted to just take a few minutes to set the scene for tonight. We'll be sitting back for an hour and a half with the great joy of the conversation between the two of you, guided by who I would call two esteemed and beloved individuals, be it in their own ways, esteemed and beloved. Of course, Sir David Attenborough, who I've had the pleasure of introducing twice, the second time now. The first time he gave me a slap on the wrist, or I gave you a slap on the wrist, I can't remember. And our esteemed and beloved director, Mark Rose, who has been for so many years at FFI, and it's certainly one of the reasons, apart from the excellent staff, that I have been engaged with FFI for a number of years. So what is this hour and a half going to be? It's a journey, the way I would see it, around the world. It's 60 years back, it's the now, and it is the future. I'm sure we're going to hear, or if I'm sure now, I'm sure it's going to be completely different. Astute observations, because you've both been to so many places and seen so many species. Insights into the great challenges of conservation, but also some of the successes, I hope, we're going to talk about. And I'm sure there's going to be lots of personal anecdotes of memorable moments, including the very moment, and I'm sure you all have had that an idea was born. And then many, many years later, everybody always thinks that the idea has always been there. Those are the best ideas. But there was that one moment when there was a phone call, when there was a conversation, that an idea was born. And I believe in the great importance of knowing what the source of an idea is, because then you know where you're going. So it's a unique conversation that up until 3 weeks ago was completely different. Up until 3 weeks ago, Sir David was going to be interviewed by Mark. And then they had a chat without 700 people present. So Sir David had free rein of what to do with the conversation. And Sir David said, no, I've been doing that for so many years. I'm going to turn it upside down, and I'm going to interview Mark. I won't tell you about the initial reaction of Mark, but there's no turning back. So I feel, and I'm sure that you feel the same, very privileged to be party to this dialogue on stage, which started as a fireside chat, which I'm sure is a continuation, and just pretend that the fire is burning behind you. You're two remarkable people. There are many remarkable and heroic people around the world with no spotlights on them, working locally. We work with them locally, and it's absolutely tremendous. And so tonight, with two remarkable people on stage, let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it. And to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, resources, talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There's 700 people here. We each and every one have a duty to make sure that tonight or in the next year, we reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us. Because without that, it won't go the right way. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. Fire is burning behind you. You're two remarkable people. There are many remarkable and heroic people around the world with no spotlights on them, working locally. We work with them locally, and it's absolutely tremendous. And so tonight, with two remarkable people on stage, let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it and to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, resources, talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There's 700 people here. We each and every one have a duty to make sure that tonight or in the next year, we reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us. Because without that, it won't go the right way. But with that said, let's go back to your fireside chat. It's wonderful that you could join us. Remarkable people on stage. Let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. Remarkable people on stage. Let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about remarkable people on stage. Let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it. And to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, resources, talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There's 700 people here. We each and every one have a duty to make sure that tonight or next year we reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us. Because without that, it won't go the right way. Remarkable people on stage. Let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable people on stage. Let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it. And to us, individually and together, I won't tell you about the initial reaction of Mark, but there's no turning back. So I feel, and I'm sure that you feel the same, very privileged to be party to this dialogue on stage, which started as a fireside chat, which I'm sure is a continuation and just pretends that the fire is burning behind you. You're two remarkable people. There are many remarkable and heroic people around the world with no spotlights on them, working locally. We work with them locally, and it's absolutely tremendous. And so tonight, with two remarkable people on stage, let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, We, as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it. And to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, and when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it. And to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, resources, talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There's 700 people here. We each and every one have a duty to make sure that tonight or in the next year, we reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us. Because without that, it won't go the right way. But with that said, let's go back to your fireside chat. It's wonderful that you could join us and spend so much time. We are proud, each and every, the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it. And to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, resources, talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There's 700 people here. We each and every one have a duty to make sure that tonight or in the next year, we reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us. Because without that, it won't go the right way. But with that said, let's go back to your fireside chat. It's wonderful that you could join us and spend so much time. We are proud. Talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There's 700 people here. We each and every one have a duty to make sure that tonight or in the next year, we reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us. Moment, and no wonder that
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a very warm welcome. It's my great pleasure first to introduce our President, Her Royal Highness Princess Laurentine, who's an extremely hard-working president. She goes all over the world for FFI. She's the most fantastic advocate for us. We're extremely proud to have her as our president, and she's going to introduce our speakers.
Well, first of all, I don't work nearly as hard as these two individuals. I'm really, really delighted that you've turned up in so many tonight, and no wonder that you've turned up. I'm sure that there's a queue outside still. And I'm delighted to just take a few minutes to set the scene for tonight. We'll be sitting back for an hour and a half with the great joy of the conversation between the two of you, guided by who I would call two esteemed and beloved individuals, be it in their own ways, esteemed and beloved. Of course, Sir David Attenborough, who I've had the pleasure of introducing twice, the second time now. The first time you gave me a slap on the wrist, or I gave you a slap on the wrist, I can't remember. And our esteemed and beloved director, Mark Rose, who has been for so many years at FFI And it's certainly one of the reasons, apart from the excellent staff, that I have been engaged with FFI for a number of years. So what is this hour and a half going to be? It's a journey, the way I would see it, around the world. It's remarkable people on stage. Let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it. And to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, resources, talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There are 700 people here, and each also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. On stage. Let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation. Years back, it's the now, and it is the future. I'm sure we're going to hear, or if I'm sure now, I'm sure it's going to be completely different. Astute observations, because you've both been to so many places and seen so many species. Insights into the great challenges of conservation, but also some of the successes, I hope, we're going to talk about. And I'm sure there's going to be lots of personal anecdotes of memorable moments, including the very moment, and I'm sure you all have had that an idea was born. And then many, many years later, everybody always thinks that the idea has always been there. Those are the best ideas. But there was that one moment when there was a phone call, when there was a conversation, that an idea was born. And I believe in the great importance of knowing what the source of an idea is, because then you know where you're going. So it's a unique conversation that up until 3 weeks ago was completely different. Up until 3 weeks ago, Sir David was going to be interviewed by Mark. And then they had a chat without 700 people present. So Sir David had free rein of what to do with the conversation. And Sir David said, no, I've been doing that for so many years. I'm going to turn it upside down and I'm going to interview Mark. I won't tell you about the initial reaction of Mark, but there's no turning back. So I feel, and I'm sure that you feel the same, very privileged to be party to this dialogue on stage, which started as a fireside chat, which I'm sure is a continuation, and just pretend that the fire is burning behind you. You're two remarkable people. There are many remarkable and heroic people around the world with no spotlights on them, working locally. We work with them locally, and it's absolutely tremendous. And so tonight, with two remarkable people on stage, let's also remember the many, many remarkable people around the world who make conservation possible. And being remarkable is not about who you are. It's about what you do. And when the world is on fire, we as individuals, each and every one of us, individually and together, we have a duty. And we have a duty to make the best of it and to put our talents, to put our titles, to put our resources to good use. Otherwise, titles, resources, talents mean very little if we don't do something with it. So with that said, more urgent than ever, we need to do that. There's 700 people here. We each and every one have a duty to make sure that tonight or in the next year, we reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us. Because without that, it won't go the right way. But with that said, let's go back to your fireside chat. It's wonderful that you could join us and spend so much time. We are proud to have you as our Vice President, Mark and Sir David.
Now, I actually had a very good reason for suggesting that what should happen this evening was that I should interview Mark, because Mark has been engaged in writing the history of this wonderful institution. It is a wonderful institution. As far as I know, it's certainly in this country, it's the first conservation institution that was concerned with natural history beyond our shores. Whether it was the very first in the world, I don't know, but it certainly was the first in this country. I thought that with all the research that Mark has been doing for this new book, that he would be in a position to keep us on the straight and narrow and telling us about how this remarkable institution was founded and how it progressed. I'll tell him how I first knew of it. I was a zoology student in Cambridge in the 45. And there was only one conservation journal, only one conservation journal in this country. And that was Oryx, which was explaining what happened about how we should conserve animals. It was a pioneer. I dare say it was regarded as being slightly cranky back in 1945, because the problems of conservation were not well understood. So they published Oryx, and that dealt with conservation in a scientific way. And I joined the charity because I wanted to take the journal and to discover what serious people were thinking about and how they were progressing conservation. So, Mark, how did this institution strike you as an outsider at that time?
Well, in a very similar way, I was actually also studying zoology, but at Royal Holloway College. And I noticed Oryx, because it used to have, it still does have tremendous front covers. And I saw this in amongst all the other journals, which were actually looking rather dull and boring. And I thought, okay, that's the one for me. And when I got into it, I loved the whole briefly section that you could read, and it was like an update of what was going on in conservation around the world. And so I got engaged in that. And then later on, my tutor, Dr. Pat Morris, who's also responsible for having me in Holloway in the first place, and was also on the board as a trustee of FPS, as it was then, or FFPS, I think, at that time. And Pat introduced me to John Burton, who was then the General Secretary at the time. And eventually I ended up working in a tiny little office in Soho with Viv Burton, Sue Wells and Tim Inskip on looking at trade in endangered species. And that was the birth of what we know today as traffic. It came about from that little Soho office, which was no bigger than this stage, piled up with documentation and a few old apricot computers at that time. And so that was my journey into FFI at that time. Then I went away and came back later, but that was my first.
That he would be
reach at least 100 people, each and every one of us, because without that, it won't go the right way. But with that said, let's go back to your fireside chat. It's wonderful that you could join us and spend so much time. We are proud to have you as our Vice President, Mark and Sir David.
Now, I actually had a very good reason for suggesting that what should happen this evening was that I should interview Mark, because Mark has been engaged in writing the history of this wonderful institution. It is a wonderful institution. As far as I know, it's certainly in this country, it's the first conservation institution that was concerned with natural history beyond our shores. Whether it was the very first in the world, I don't know, but it certainly was the first in this country. I thought that with all the research that Mark has been doing for this new book, that he would be in a position to keep us on the straight and narrow and telling us about how this remarkable institution was founded and how it progressed. I'll tell him how I first knew of it. I was a zoology student in Cambridge in the 45. And there was only one conservation journal, only one conservation journal in this country. And that was Oryx, which was explaining what happened about how we should conserve animals. It was a pioneer. I dare say it was regarded as being slightly cranky back in 1945, because the problems of conservation were not well understood. So they published Oryx, and that dealt with conservation in a scientific way. And I joined the charity because I wanted to take the journal and to discover what serious people were thinking about and how they were progressing conservation. So Mark, how did this institution strike you as an outsider at that time?
Well, in a very similar way, I was actually also studying zoology, but at Royal Holloway College. And I noticed Oryx, because it still does have tremendous front covers. And I saw this in amongst all the other journals, which were actually looking rather dull and boring. And I thought, okay, that's the one for me. And when I got into it, I loved the whole briefly section that you could read. And it was like an update of what was going on in conservation around the world. And so I got engaged in that. And then later on, my tutor, Dr. Pat Morris, who's also responsible for having me in Holloway in the first place, and was also on the board as a trustee of FPS, as it was then, or FFPS, I think, at that time. And Pat introduced me to John Burton, who was then the General Secretary at the time. And eventually I ended up working in a tiny little office in Soho with Viv Burton, Sue Wells and Tim Inskip on looking at trade in endangered species. And that was the birth of what we know today as traffic. It came about from that little Soho office, which was no bigger than this stage, piled up with documentation and a few old apricot computers at that time. And so that was my journey into FFI at that time. Then I went away and came back later. But that was my first impression of FFI, and it was one of a small organisation punching above its weight, producing a very, very good journal with a lot of really interesting and respected people involved with it.
Well, some of them, and we might as well explain at this point, some of them, and we're talking about the 1950s, 40s, 50s, some of them had looked back to when the charity was founded, which was when?
The charity was founded in 1903, and it is the oldest international conservation organisation in the world.
Yeah.
And it's actually Tim who's writing the book, by the way. I just conceived it, and I've been doing a lot of design working with Tim. But the book, which is called With Honourable Intent, and will be published by HarperCollins next year, plug, deals with the society over the period from 1903 to the current day. It builds on the books that Richard Fitter wrote about the penitent butchers, and also the Against Extinction, which Professor Bill Adams wrote at Cambridge University. So we're building on that. It's a sort of story from start to the end, and it's a story about people, because conservation is about people. And it looks very much at the way those people worked at the time. It looked at what they did. And if we look at the founders of this organisation, we're talking about people like Edward North Buxton, Samuel Whitbread, the Duke of Bedford. We're talking of Lord Salisbury, Lord Kitchener, and also Teddy Roosevelt. And it was a very smart move. They were worried about the end of the game. But it was with honourable intention. That's why, as per the title. And they basically got together and put together a society called the Society for the Protection of the Wild Fauna of the Empire. Of the Empire. Not a very snappy title, I have to say, but the strapline was good, live and let live. For a bunch of hunters, you know.
But the other truth, Mark, is that actually a very significant element within the society came from people who were big game hunters. Mm-hmm. And whatever you think about big game hunting in the 19th and early 20th century, they knew about animals. They loved animals. And it sounds bizarre, I know, but they nonetheless did. They really understood about animals. And they were the first people to notice that actually, because every big game hunter went after for the biggest one, with the individual with the biggest horns, that they were becoming smaller. That the big mature animals were becoming rarer. That was what concerned them. And you may say, oh, well, they were just worried about they weren't going to get the trophies they used to. But it wasn't just that. They were beginning to understand, and they were the first people to do so, that actually the world, the natural world, was under pressure from human beings, and they were going to do something about it. And they had a nickname. They were called the Penitent Butchers. And it was an appropriate nickname.
Yeah. And they were very, I mean, if you read their meetings, the meeting notes, which are actually, you can tell there was a bottle of sherry at these meetings, because they were very finely written at the start, and by the end of it, you know, the notes were going down like this. But those meetings, they mentioned education, they mentioned trade in endangered species, they looked at marine conservation at that time. They were very advanced in their thinking about all these issues. But what even further, they were smart and clever and politically astute and well connected. So what they were doing was basically moving around bits of paper in Whitehall in order that all the protected areas that we know today, or nearly all of them, in sort of Africa, which were created at that time, were created by the society. And I had a deja vu moment last week. I was actually sitting in Somerset House, which used to be the old Admiralty building, and I was chairing the board meeting of a conservation organisation called Blue Marine, which was set up by Charles Clover, George Duffield, and Chris Gorrell Barnes, after the book and the film The End of the Line. It's all about overfishing and setting up more marine protected areas. And there we were with Lord Deben, who used to be the Under-Secretary of State for the Environment, and a few other politos at the time, trying to get a consensus around the table of how we could make a huge marine area around Ascension Island. And that's where Charles is today, in Ascension, trying to negotiate that further. So Blue Marine is an organisation which we helped generate. It was founded by those three people, but we supported it in its early stages. We still do. And there again, history is repeating itself. We're going to have some big marine protected areas in the UK dependencies as a result.
Let me take you back, nonetheless, to right at the beginning. So these penitent butchers, one of the things that they were very concerned about, and the reason that there is this on our ties and there's the emblem of our emblem, is that they were concerned about oryx. The Arabian oryx was on the verge of extinction. How close was it, and what did they do about it?
Well, there was a young Californian biologist called Lee Tolbert, who was a vice president of ours. He's still very close to the society. And he was commissioned by IUCN to do a report on endangered species. And he found that the oryx was on the verge of extinction. So the society commissioned him to find a way forward. He went to Kenya. He hired Major Ian Grimwood at that time, found him in his big castle there. And Major Ian Grimwood, who was a game warden in Kenya, agreed that he would take an expedition out to capture the last oryx and bring them back out of the wild. At that time, he'd just heard that 28 had been slaughtered by Qatari hunters, who were the main tribe or country hunting at that time in that area. But so people thought it might be too late, but it wasn't. But it was not such a success as everybody hoped. Only after a month's searching, they found only 3 oryx, and they transported those back with the help of the RAF to Isiolo in Kenya, where they were held in a station, and then on to Phoenix Zoo, which had agreed to take them and set up the stud book and the world herd. Now, although it wasn't a success, having only 3 oryx, what then happened, the other zoos said, well, we'll pool our resources and we'll bring ours into Phoenix as well. And at the same time, a number of collectors in the Middle East, particularly in Saudi Arabia, put their hands up and said, well, I've got 10, I've got 13, I've got 14. And you can imagine how Grimwood felt, having broken 3 ribs, spent a month on hard tack, having to get the RAF involved in going out to get these 3 oryx. He suddenly finds out that these oryx are everywhere in the Middle East, but they happen to be in captive. So they eventually got about 65 animals together, started breeding them, and by the 1980s, there were 300 animals bred up, and then they released them, first of all, into Shomari in Jordan, where the King Hussein guaranteed their protection, which was a captive enclosure, but then into Oman, where the Sultanate said that they would guarantee their protection, particularly under the guise of Ralph Daly, OBE, one of our vice presidents, but also the Harissa tribe, who greatly revered the oryx and actually said that they would take responsibility for looking after it. And that still continues to this day.
So that's a remarkable achievement for our society, is it not? That it initiated the concept of taking animals that were on great danger of total extinction, of taking it into captivity and breeding it up with proper respect for stud books and so on, and reintroducing to the wild. So you are the supporters of the society, we can feel that is a feather to put in our cap.
And it was a first.
Yes.
It was a first.
My point. Yeah. My point. And so what else in the desert area? Are we still as vigorous as ever?
Yeah, we're working in the drylands of northern Kenya and also in the desert in Mongolia. In Mongolia, we're working on a very large mining operation there with a mining organization. And we've been working there for 5 years because, as a lot of you know, FFI works with corporations. It tries to mainstream biodiversity considerations within corporate plans. And we started off doing that about 17 years ago with some success, and our first success was with BP. And I can always remember going into John Brown's office, and he said, look, I'll give you half an hour, and you can tell me why, how, and how much. And I could put together the why and the how. And bearing in mind then the business case for biodiversity wasn't well constructed, or we didn't have a lot of experience, but I never told him how much. We're still working on that one. But anyway, we actually mainstream biodiversity throughout BP. We haven't been successful with all the companies we're working with, and one in particular, which is working in Oyu Tolgoi in Mongolia, has now, because of the downturn in the value of minerals, they've started to pull out of all their environmental considerations. And that's something that we're very mindful of at the moment, that because of this downturn in natural commodity prices, we're seeing companies who otherwise committed to no net loss and good environmental performance are now letting that slip. So that's just one thing I'd like to point out. But the other thing is that we're working in northern Kenya, where we've worked for very many years, and about 10 years ago, a person who may be familiar to a lot of you called Ian Craig approached me and said, look, Mark, we really must do something about this northern area of Kenya. For a long time, there's been a lot of conflict between the Rendili and the Boran tribes, and also the Samburu. And we see a chink of light. Would FFI be able to help in putting a project together which gives these local communities the conservation wherewithal to manage their own resources? So I went with Ian, and a friend lent us a helicopter, and we flew around, and it was interesting. We saw these Rendili and these Boran tribes, and they're all carrying AK-47s and looking very fierce. And when we land, the AK-47s are all gone, and it's the bow and arrows and the traditional garb, you know. All the AKs have been stuck under a rock somewhere. And we had some productive discussions. It was maybe 12 years ago now. And on our way back, we stopped at a place which we felt was an ideal place for a conservancy. And we thought we also might find an old male lion there, which we'd been looking for. Anyway, we broke out, not the hardtack, but the beers and the sandwiches. And all of a sudden we heard this noise. And we couldn't quite make out where it was coming from. And we tracked around, and suddenly what we found was a well. And down the well was this baby elephant. And obviously it had fallen down the well, and the herd had got fed up waiting for it, so it was there. So we got some ropes, and we pulled the elephant out. It was dehydrated, it was sunburnt, and what we decided to do was we put it in the helicopter, and we'd find the herd, and we'd drop it off, give it a lift. So, easier said than done. Certainly. We get in the helicopter. I'm not driving the helicopter, obviously. I'm in the back seat with the elephant. Problem is, only one back seat, elephant on top. This is a 6-month-old elephant. Okay. So we fly around, we find the herd. And we fly in, the herd scatters a bit, we back off, and then we let the elephant out the door. And the baby elephant just shoots straight off towards the big matriarch. And the matriarch just slaps it down. Yeah. And so, and the herd moves off, and the young elephant does it again, and slap down again. And we thought, well, either two things have happened here. One, that this is the wrong herd, or they've decided because of us that they don't want the youngster back. So we tried for about 2 hours, and in the end, we decided we'd have to scatter the herd because the young elephant was getting more and more distressed. And so we basically moved in, opened the doors of the helicopter, and the elephant came towards us, the young elephant. So we got it in the back on my lap, and I said, oh, how far is it to where we're going? And we were going to an elephant sanctuary in Nairobi. They said, oh, about an hour. I'm thinking, anyway. So we're going for about 20 minutes, and the elephant's getting more and more fidgety. And it's obviously, it's got heat exhaustion and everything else. So it's not very, very good. But it manages to be able to open the handle of the door. So I've got visions of, Kikuyus all sitting around having their dinner and suddenly an elephant dropping through the roof. So, and I'm having trouble holding this elephant in. So that I got from the pilot, I said, give me your shirt. So I took his shirt, put it over the elephant's head, poured some water over it, and it settled it down. And to cut a long story short, we flew into Daphne Sheldrick's orphanage in Nairobi, and I was asleep, the elephant was asleep, exhausted, I was exhausted, and the elephant was brought up successfully and now is in the Masai Mara, heading up its own herd. So, nice story. The more serious side of that is that led to what we now know is the Northern Rangelands Trust. And that spans over 5 million acres of that desolate area, putting together 15 different conservation projects. And I'm looking at Claudio Segre here in the front row because Claudio is one of the people who's made this happen over the years by supporting it. So thank you, Claudio. And so we've got 15 communities now managing their own resources. We put in Matt Rice as the COO to head it all up. And it's growing and growing and growing, and it's becoming more and more successful.
So you see, the Secretary of your Society is not a paper conservationist. He's someone who knows about the nitty-gritty. Now, let me go back a step now. Let me take you back to the work that the Society does in tropical rainforests. In 1979, I was starting on a big television series called Life on Earth. And we decided, actually against my better judgment, the producer concerned, I had written a program about apes and explaining how, in fact, the opposition of the thumb and forefinger, which apes have developed in order to grip on branches, how this was a key thing in human evolution, because it enabled, if you could do that, you could hold a tool. If you could hold a tool, you could move into a completely different world. And so I wanted to do that, and I thought I'd do it with chimps. And the producer said, not at all. There's a woman in the Congo, in central Congo, who's been working with gorillas, and she has habituated. We can do it with her. And I said, you're mad. Diane Fossey is a famous character at the time, and a very, very vigorous and rather alarming woman, to be truthful. I said, she'll never agree. And John said, well, we'll write to her. So he wrote, and much to my surprise, we got a letter back saying, yes, she would see us, and she would introduce us to her gorillas. So John and I and the camera crew, sound crew, we flew out to Rwanda. And we were met by Ian Redmond, who was a young zoologist working with Diane at the time, with very, very black news. Digit, who was the first gorilla that Diane had befriended, had just been shot by poachers. And Diane was distraught. The fact was that Digit was a young male, and the fact that they had a bond, an extraordinary bond, and Diane was bereaved. And so we had to walk up to Cariso, to the camp, which is high up on the volcano. And Diane was indeed distraught. She was in bed. She had a mad medical history. She was spitting blood, and she didn't know what to do about Digit. But she pulled herself together to the extent that the following day, in spite of being so ill, she took us out and introduced us to the gorillas. Now, when I say introduced us, I wasn't aware that he had introduced us. What had happened was that we followed her, And the gorillas in the thickness of the forest knew exactly where she was and could see us, though we couldn't see them. And we sat down in a clearing and had something to eat, specifically so that the gorillas could see that we were friends with Diane. And then we went back to camp. And it was a long day. It's high, it's wet, it's cold. And Diane was at her wit's end, really, and certainly at the end of her strength. And for the days that followed, we went off with Ian Redmond. And it was then that I had an extraordinary encounter, which I suppose certainly any film I've ever taken has been shown many, many more times than anything else, in which I crawled towards gorillas and was prepared to say something to camera. And I felt a hand on top of my head, and I turned around and there was this huge female gorilla. And she twisted my head round. And then she took her forefinger, huge, great forefinger, and opened my mouth and poked into my teeth. And I was, I suppose I was in bliss, really. I mean, it was certainly one of the most extraordinary experiences of my life. That you had suddenly be aware that a totally wild animal had accepted you. And then I felt a weight on my feet, and I looked down until this female's young gorillas had come out of the bush and was sitting on my feet and undoing my shoelaces. And I simply lay there. I honestly don't know how long it was, but it seemed the time had just hung in the air. And eventually they got fed up and shambled off into the forest, and she got up and went away. And that was that. And later on we did all the stuff with the thumb and forefinger and all that. But Diane was getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And I went to say her goodbye after I'd been up there for a week or whatever it was. And she was very, very ill. And she made me promise that I would do something about gorillas, that I would do what I could to raise support. So when I came back, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I was going to get in touch with this society, with John Burton, who was then the secretary of the society. And I rang up John and said, what can we do? And he immediately, as the society does, he immediately put things into action. And the society raised a very great deal of money. And there were other societies too, in America and in Europe, but nonetheless, this society was right at the forefront. And it was John Burton, therefore, and the society that was responsible for the gorilla funds that are now proceeding and are pretty effective.
Indeed, it was that John set up the Mountain Gorilla Project, which actually Ros Aveling, sitting over there, was one of the first members of the team, who's still with FFI today. And it was John's sort of vision around not just protecting the forest by putting a fence around it, but really by habituating the gorillas, by building on tourism revenues to do that. And it's been successful because of that. But part of it is, I mean, I remember when I joined the society and I thought, oh, well, we don't have a huge number of projects. The gorilla one is our main one, so I'll be going out to see the gorillas anytime shortly. But that was in late 1993, and if you remember, the genocide started happening just shortly after that. So we were sitting in Nairobi planning for what was going on, and at that time, 800,000 people were killed by hand in Rwanda. So it's a horrific time, and nobody was thinking about mountain gorillas, except for one person. And that person was actually leading the rebel forces back from Uganda into Rwanda to successfully take back Kigali, and that person was Paul Kagame, who is now president of Rwanda. And he sent us a telegram, and I remember we got this, and we were in Nairobi having a meeting just about the subject, and Jose Calpes, who was then our project leader, came in and said, look, we've got this telegram from somebody called Kagame, which basically says that he recognizes the importance of the mountain gorillas to his country, and will do everything that he can to help. And I think, and you'll probably correct me here, that's the first time that an endangered species has been mentioned in dispatches in some way. So it was significant, but what was even more significant was the fact that, true to his word, once he had been successful, taken back Rwanda, one of the first things he did was got a group of us together to fly out to conduct a workshop and put a plan together to take it forward. And I remember there were no flights to Kigali at that time. And so I went out with Annette Lanyao, who was our project officer in Nairobi, and we got in this Russian freighter where you put all your baggage in the middle, rope it down, sit on the seat and put a rope around your waist. And we went in on that with the clinking of glasses from the cabins and the Russians drinking vodka, flying the plane, not us, but flying the plane. And we landed successfully in Kigali, and I expected it all to be shot up. And it wasn't, because there wasn't a lot of munitions used in that war. It was all by hand. So it was terrifying. And what was going on there was still terrifying. But the fact of the matter is the government were committed to conserving that species because they recognised its potential. And as we sit here today, it is the third biggest revenue earner for Rwanda. The gorilla numbers have gone up from 600 as they were then to nearly 900. I think that was the census in 2010. We're doing another census now, and we're hoping that's going to be further up the ladder, and it's all looking good. At the same time, it's taken us 20 years to get this, but it is a monumental piece of work, in so much as now all three governments, that's the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, and Uganda, all of whom have mountain gorillas, have signed an accord to conserve them into the future. And that was only signed about 3 weeks ago. So that's a really big plus for us.
So, as it happened, quite soon after that, John Burton decided he was going to start his own conservation group. And the job of running the society became vacant, and you, Mark, were appointed. Now, what had you been doing up to then?
I'd been crocodile ranching.
There you are, I see. Crocodile, go on.
In New Guinea.
New Guinea.
So once I'd left university, I went to the careers advisor, and he said, what do you want to do? And I told him, and he said, well, are you going to get a first? I said, I don't think so. And so he said, well, we've got some nice jobs here in the ball bearing factory in South Africa, if that's where you'd like to go to Africa. I said, no thanks. I went back to my pigeonhole and found that I had 2 offers of jobs, one in Venezuela and one in Papua New Guinea, working on a conservation project, a crocodile project, which I thought was groundbreaking. It turned out to be groundbreaking. And it was conserving wild species of crocodile by ranching them, but at the same time protecting the mature adults from hunting. So that was the concept, and I flew out there, and I was interviewed in London, and the chap at the interview said to me, well, I've been everywhere in New Guinea, so got any questions, just tell me, ask me. And I said, so have you been to Kikori, this place I'm going? And he said, no, he said, there's a place you fly over, you don't go there. He said, hasn't anybody told you it's got 24 foot a year of rain, and there's no access to it, so they'll be dropping you in and that'll be it. And he was right, So and so I found myself in the middle of nowhere, about 26 years old or 25 years old, I can't remember now, surrounded by a whole load of people who didn't know, they hadn't really been familiar with a person from abroad for some time. And I was expected to help the locals set up crocodile ranches in their own villages. And during that period, there were 3 things I think which were dangerous. First of all, there was the crocodiles, of course. Then there was the people interaction could be tricky at times. And the transport, you're flying around in aircraft in all sorts of conditions and boats in all sorts of weather. But I was chased lots of times, and you got very good at sort of high jump, getting up trees. With 14-foot female crocodiles come surging out the water, and I think we've all seen the films of them doing this. And believe me, they're like torpedoes, and they run really fast. So you have to be fast. But I think the worst experience was going out with my team for the first time, and we were going into villages, and we were having to do a census of their crocodiles in the village, and also looking at health and growth rates, etc., etc. And so each village had a village pond or a set of village ponds, which might, I think this first one was about 25 meters by about 50 meters, quite big ponds. And I always believe in, if I'm asking somebody to do something, I'll always do it myself. So I said, so guys, what are we doing? And they said, well, we've got to go in and get all the crocodiles. And they're all saltwater crocodiles, so they'll all go to the bottom. Freshies come up to the top and you can noose them. Salties, which are the bigger, more aggressive, all go to the bottom. And I said, well, don't these guys do that? Oh, no, they don't do that. They just catch them at night and put them in there, but they're not going to go in after them. So we're going in after them. Oh, yeah. Now, I've been, all my experience in catching animals have been in West Africa, where I did it for a living at one time, and that was actually, all above, you weren't in the water. So if you can imagine the scene, you've got this pond, there's no visibility in. It's got green slime all over the top of it. And what you're doing is you're lowering yourself into the pond to about here. Now, we've got dangly bits, right? And they're all there, it's okay. But, so as you're lowering yourself into the pond, you're thinking, okay. So what you actually did was you were armed with a rubber band and a copra sack, a coconut sack. And the trick was that you'd walk around and you'd feel for a crocodile under the water. Now, there were lots of them because these are quite densely packed ponds. So, but what you were feeling for was the sort of hard head. And once you got the hard head, you would actually lean into the water, and you would lean down into the water and you'd get it either side of the head, and you bring its jaws just up to the surface so its nose just came out. And once you've done that, you'd bring your copra sack and you'd float it over the top. And then on your wrist, you'd have your big rubber band. And you'd hold the snout, and all the time you're thinking, please. And you'd bring the rubber band over the top. And then you would call for a noose from one of your erstwhile colleagues on the side. And he would throw you a noose, and you put it round, and then you would stand back, and all hell would break loose. And you would hope that the other crocodiles didn't join in. And so that's how we used to do that. We used to do that every day when we were patrolling. And I didn't, after that, I said to the guys, what, don't you get injured, And they said, no, crocodiles don't bite underwater. I said, but you've all got scars. They said, yeah, it happens sometimes.
So you see, your secretary of your society is a practical man who knows what it's about. So what made you apply for this job?
Well, as I said, I worked for the society before in the 70s, when we first started up traffic in the trade centre. And I was just, as I said, struck by the organisation. And I'd watched it sort of, with John's leaving, go into the doldrums a bit. Nothing seemed to be happening. And then I was rang up by a firm of headhunters. And they said, well,
New Guinea, I assume.
I thankfully left those behind. That's another story. But so these headhunters rang me up and they said, would you think about applying for this? And they sort of, I said what the terms and conditions were, and I said no, because they weren't clearly enough. But I was actually quite interested in the society and taking the job. Although at that time I was working for the Wildlife Trust, and I was very much enjoying that job. We just merged 3 trusts together, and it was challenging and it was great fun, and I was enjoying it. So I wasn't looking for a job. So I went through a series of what I would call bizarre interviews, because the headhunters came back and said, all right, we'll offer you what you asked for. So I went through these bizarre interviews and eventually was rejected. Apparently I wasn't a popular choice with the staff. Anyway, the person who might be here tonight, actually, I don't know, who was offered the job decided not to take it. And so they came back to me and they said, but we'd like another third interview. But we'd like some more of the staff involved this time. Well, there's only 5 staff, so it wasn't many. And so I had this second interview. And I think begrudgingly they sort of offered me the job. And people were worried about their jobs. And the fact that I was very good friends with John, and there was all that sort of interaction. And so I took the job, and here it was, 1993. In October, I started. In November, we had our 90th birthday, and the Queen was coming, and we didn't have a venue or the money to do anything at that time. We did it. It all came out fine. But we were here in the RGS, in the basement. And I really look at those as sort of my dark years, a couple of years in the basement with a small group of people trying to think about what we were going to do with this organisation to take it forward. And I recruited gradually people, talented people, and we looked at what we needed to do and what was missing from the conservation world. And the 2 things that we identified was the fact that not enough building capacity was going on around the world. Too many projects were going on short term, and so lasting capacity and sustainability wasn't built in. The other thing was relevance. Conservation was very much a bolt-on extra. It was seen as a bolt-on extra. You know, it was what middle people do from the north, and they go to the south and they look at wildlife. This was what it was all about. And we had to dispel that. So we had to make it relevant at the local level, the local communities, relevant at the government level, and relevant at the corporate level. And that's what we sought to do. And was joined then by Martin Hollands and Mike Appleton in the first instance. And they really drove this whole capacity building agenda at that time. And then we were able to move in to Cambridge. And I was very keen to go to Cambridge because I thought there was a good cluster of conservation organisations there. I thought with the university we could build a global first in the world's first science-based conservation hub. And we debated this at our council meetings, and there was a lot of blood on the walls when we decided to leave the RGS and move up to Cambridge, where we are now. And that was a real turning point, because suddenly, you know, for £4 a square foot, we had an office like a football pitch, courtesy of the Forestry Commission, only 4 desks in it. And that was the start. And I remember Abby, who's here tonight, she came to join us at that time. Jenny did as well. And we built up a team, a very talented team. And that's, I think, been the secret of the success of this organisation, is basically being very clear about what it wants to achieve and how to achieve it, and having the right people on board in terms of staff, and also trustees. We've had some tremendous trustees over the years, and no more than we've got today under the chairmanship of Andrew. And so I think those were the 2 things. I can remember people debating, because part of that strategy was working to local need. Who are we to go around the world saying, you must have this or you must do that? And people said, well, they were forever trying to find